or is in deep financial problems after it's been tried to be saved by another company. So each of these poor robots has kind of gone on to robot heaven, or at least their companies have, and they might come back in kind of other guises, but it's a bit of an inconvenient problem that these robots that we love in research that have been designed to really invite social engagement have in fact not done so well. And one of the questions I want to ask, and I want us to consider in this talk, is what if the problem isn't with their programming per se, or what they've been kind of imbued with from an AI perspective, but more with their bodies? And what if there's a problem with how these individual robots have been embodied, and that's led to their failure? So why is this a potentially interesting question? Well, physical embodiment really should be robots' kind of killer advantage over disembodied AI. We can think of all these different types of disembodied AI that many of us and people all over the world, billions or millions, hundreds of millions of people use every day. And these sorts of AI are not embodied. They kind of exist on screens or through talk interfaces or through typing interfaces. And Gen AI is great. It's doing lots of great things. We learned a lot of really cool things about research with it from yesterday afternoon's keynote. But if we can embody AI, that should be, like bring all this technology to interact physically with us in the real world. That should be so much better. But instead, what we see is that embodiment has become AI's greatest liability. You can see these examples here, and there's many more besides. You can go onto the internet and see many examples of robot fails. But I think this one in particular, with Pepper kind of failing at the high five in the middle, is really interesting because that's a really simple social sort of exchange that we can come up to another human and try to do, and there's no problems whatsoever. But Pepper, this was from a few years ago, but Pepper really fails at this. But we can all try to go next door and see if Pepper can high five us. Maybe Pepper's improved. But yes, we see that embodiment isn't easy, and it's not really working really well, especially with some of these robots that you see here. So why is the physical embodiment of AI so challenging? Why have we seen all these robot failures? I mean, you can see some silly GIFs and think like, okay, those are a few examples, but given the fact that we've had all of these heavily hyped and really richly invested companies fail, what is so challenging, and what might it take to get it right? So I'm going to talk about today 5 major challenges that we might want to think about and consider deeply in order to not necessarily crack, like this isn't the winning formula for how we get physical AI right, but it's more things that we need to think about and think about seriously if we want to have an attempt at getting physical AI right. So, okay, the first challenge. The first challenge of embodied AI is what bodies promise but fail to deliver. And this theme we're going to hear about again and again and again. What bodies promise but fail to deliver? Well, what do I mean by this? So we can also think about this as the assumption trap. If you walk into a room and there's an Amazon Dot Echo sitting on the table, you can walk up to that device and you can say, Alexa, play the song that won Eurovision this year. And it's going to do that, no problem. And you see it on the table, it does what you expect it to do, no problem. But if you walk into the same room and there's a Now sitting on the table, you might think that you can walk up to this robot and say, Now, hand me that book, and that Now will understand what you refer to, and Now will be able to do that because Now has a body, it has a head, it has arms, it's sitting next to the book. But for those of you who've worked with Now, you will realize how difficult this is, and that Now probably can't or won't ever be able to do that, in part because its motors and its arms and its hands. It looks like it should be able to do that, but it can't. So our problem here is that physical presence, it implies perceptual access and intentional action. And the more kind of human-like the body is, the more it implies those things. And we have physical presence here on the left-hand side too, but we don't have any kind of expectations about what that device sitting on the table is going to do physically with the world around it. So our problem here is that bodies create expectations that current AI, that current embodied AI, cannot fulfill. So this is a very big problem. If we look at kind of a slightly expanded cast of embodied AI robot characters here on this slide, we had this design assumption, which is kind of recapitulated again and again with kind of not every new robotics company that comes out, but with many that have come out over the decades, which is that the more human-like appearance a physically embodied robot might have, the better or the more easier, the more fluent a social interaction will be with that robot. And starting with Jibo, maybe these ones aren't so much humanly embodied, but then kind of going all the way over to Ishiguro Ishiguro's Geminoid robots, which are kind of human facsimiles as close as possible, the idea is that if we just make robots more human-like, then people will be able to interact with them better. And this idea it comes from a lot of different kind of precedents, but one of the kind of foundations that we can draw from developmental psychology is an idea that Andrew Meltzoff formalized a few decades ago, which is known as the like-me hypothesis. And according to this hypothesis, or homophily, we know it as lots of different things, we are biologically hardwired to seek out and affiliate with other agents who are like us in some fundamental way. That could be how they look, that could be their accent, that could be what we know about their background, but the kind of like-me-ness makes self and other communication much easier. And robotic companies say like, oh yes, if we give robots kind of engaging faces with human readable expressions of emotion and bodies, then this will make it much easier for people to engage with them because they're like us in some way. The problem with this is that, of course, we don't really need to have bodies and agents that look like us. And I'm not sure if this is going to play or if I have to click it again, but we'll try to click again and hopefully we won't. Yeah, hopefully that will do something useful. Yeah, okay, you can click it, that's perfect. So Pixar has known this for ages, but also sorry, I don't think we need the volume on this. You can just kill the volume for the whole presentation. There's nothing that interesting. But many of you who've studied psychology will be very familiar with the Hyder and Simmel shapes, but also Pixar and many other film studios know that you do not need human-like forms for people to see socialness or for people to engage in a social way. So the lamp that bounces and shines its light in the Pixar opening credits, R2-D2, WALL-E, we have many, many, many Hollywood examples of agents that do not at all look human-like, but we can see them as intensely social agents. And even in the 1940s, this work by Hyder and Simmel, if you're not familiar with it, they had these little shapes that were magnetic, and they had magnets under a board, and they just kind of animated these shapes with their hands, with these magnets, to kind of perform actions. And you can, if you watch these videos, they're still really compelling, nearly 100 years on. You can see really kind of socially complex behaviors going on, and everyone feels really sorry for the little circle and the little triangle because there's a bully triangle there, and really, really rich kind of social attributions can be made to these simple two-dimensional shapes that are moving on a kind of flat plane. So no, we do not need to have these highly human-like forms to attribute rich socialness to any sort of agent, embodied or screen-based. So yeah, this is something that I think we need to think about moving farther away from the more human-like embodiment. And on to the next one. So we've done a little bit of work on this and kind of the distinction between socialness and human likeness. And I want to tell you just a little bit about a human brain imaging study we ran a few years ago that just came out last year. And in this study, we had people playing rock, paper, scissors against 4 different agents while they had their brains scanned with fMRI. And we didn't just kind of have them get into a scanner and say, okay, now you're going to play rock, paper, scissors with these agents, but we introduced them to each agent before they got into the scanner. So they knew that they're going to play against a computer algorithm, and in this case, they just saw a computer kind of sitting on the desk, and it had a screensaver going, so that's how we were going to visualize it in the experiment as well, so just kind of a Mac rainbow screensaver. That was the computer algorithm, no human involved. They were going to play also against the Cosmo robot, and if you've not seen this robot before, it's really small, it'll fit in the palm of your hand, but Cosmo is very its animations were co-sponsored by Pixar. So it just has little eyes, it doesn't speak, it just kind of rolls back and forth on its wheels, but it has really emotive eyes and kind of not, I guess, vocal expressions. It's not language, but it kind of, makes funny little mechanical noises to show that it's happy or angry or frustrated. So there was Cosmo, there was the algorithm, there was Pepper, who you've all seen a few doors down. And Pepper, of course, has this human-like upper body torso situation and could like wave and say hello and speak. And then they also met one of us as a human experimenter, and that's kind of pretty obvious that we're human. And what's really important is that when they played rock, paper, scissors with these 4 different agents across different blocks in the scanner, they saw a little computer clip of who they were playing against before each round, where they would do the rock, paper, scissors. And after that round concluded, the person who was playing in the scanner had either won or lost the round, and they'd see a little video clip, which we told them was real-time video feed, of each agent kind of responding to whether the fact that they lost or won the round. So, if The participant lost and one of the agents won. The computer algorithm just showed the screensaver, so nothing really interesting. Cosmo did a little victory dance and was really happy. Pepper kind of did a woohoo, and then the person was like, yay, so kind of similar to Pepper. And of course, if each of those agents lost, there was no difference with the computer algorithm. Cosmo kind of had a little temper tantrum, and Pepper just did like an all shucks move, and the human did something similar. So you kind of had these sorts of reactions that you would see throughout the scanning experiment. And there's a lot more to this experiment, just to kind of drive home what the main point was. We modeled the data in a few different ways because we gave people a lot of questionnaires as well, and they told us, with a bunch of different questionnaires trying to assess socialness and to assess human likeness and trust and a bunch of other things, that overall, as a population, our participants found the Cosmo robot much more social than the Pepper robot, and they found Cosmo's animations when it won and lost kind of more funny, more charming, and more engaging and more socially engaging. And we have a lot of behavioral data that backs this up. So we modeled our data in the brain kind of looking at human likeness. So here we'd have, obviously, every time the computer is the least human-like or the least social, and the human is the most human-like and the most social. But in the human likeness model, we look at the kind of physical features, and we have Pepper kind of being closer to the human. But in the social similarity or the socialness model, this time we have Pepper and Cosmo's places reversed, and we have Cosmo being kind of more social and closer to the human. And what we saw here is that brain regions that are implicated in mentalizing, in particular the temporal parietal junction, we can capture its response much better with the socialness model than with the human likeness model. So it's not really what the robot looks like, but it's how it behaves that's really kind of driving brain regions that are implicated in thinking about others' minds. So our question here isn't, do we need human-like bodies, but really we should be asking which specific features of embodiment drive human social engagement. And it's not really having a head and torso and 2 arms, maybe 2 legs. It's more kind of social behaviors that really seem to matter and really seem to count. So on to the next challenge, and don't worry, I won't spend this much time on each of them. And this is kind of coming back to this generative AI mismatch. And this is a problem that's getting worse and worse and worse, and has for the last 3 years, since the advent and the kind of mass rollout of generative AI. And what do I mean by this? Here, I mean that the new LLMs we have, the increasing sophistications of LLMs, mean that you can walk up to a robot like this naval robot here and ask it to explain quantum physics to you. And that robot will be able to spit out something really sophisticated if it's imbued with the latest LLM technologies, which most naval robots are. So you have these verbally extremely sophisticated robots that they look human-like to at least an extent, and then they can engage in really rich and increasingly rich conversation. But of course, the bodies still cannot match these conversational capacities. And even worse, as the conversational capacities get better and better, the gulf between the physical capabilities and the conversational capacity becomes ever more obvious and ever more problematic. So people get confused, and this expectation gap grows. So rather than, I think I was one of the people jumping up and down when you could finally have Now and Pepper kind of hooked up to LLMs, and they could have much more sophisticated conversation with human interactants. But that's good in some ways, but it's really problematic in other ways. And until we kind of fix the physicality problem, having really sophisticated verbal abilities might actually be working against us in terms of understanding how humans socially relate to embodied AI. But there's one really interesting kind of success story which proves the rule, or kind of shows us how we might think about this in a different way. And this is the Paro robot. And we don't have one of these in my lab, but we work with people who have Paros, and maybe one of these days we'll get Paros. And Paros have been really successful. And one of the reasons for this is because Paros don't speak. Paros don't do much at all kind of on the outset. They kind of make cooing noises, they can move their heads, they can open and close their eyes, they can kind of flap their little baby seal flippers around a bit, but that's it. They can't locomote, they cannot converse, and they've been wildly successful on the scheme of social robotics interventions in a number of different settings, including providing kind of companionship and like kind of warm, fuzzy social support to older adults, especially those with dementia in care homes. So the idea here, I think, is that their success is precisely because people's expectations are not misaligned. They match the very limited physical abilities of this robot. And I just heard, I was talking to someone else about Paro recently, and they were saying that the makers of Paro have been approached many times to kind of boost their robots with LLM so they can actually talk to people, and like while people are sitting there stroking them, they can have a conversation. And the makers have been incredibly resistant to this. They absolutely refuse to imbue these robots with sophisticated conversational abilities because they know that that's not what this robot's for. And again, it's going to be a weird mismatch. So I think this is something interesting to think about, that we do see these kind of situations of success. Oops. Oh boy, sorry, lots of things going really fast. Let's go back here. Okay, that's fine. Third challenge, the autonomy illusion. We'll leave it at that. This is where we're going to talk a little bit about Wizard of Oz. And I know there were some questions yesterday. There was some discussion of Wizard of Oz, and many of you know what Wizard of Oz is. Does anyone not know what Wizard of Oz is? Be proud. Put your arm up. It's cool. Okay, so everyone here knows what Wizard of Oz is, but this is, of course, when a person's kind of controlling a robot to some extent. It doesn't have to be full control, but the robot is not fully autonomous. There's a person doing something. And there's a really interesting book chapter that was advice to young social robotics investigators that Tony Belpain published 5 years ago. And in this chapter, he estimates that at the time, and this was 2020, so slightly different, that over half of published human-robot interaction studies use human operators, use some extent of Wizard of Oz teleoperation of a robot. And this is really quite important because people in the press and in the real world often think that when you publish your social robotics research findings that these robots are behaving autonomously. And over half the time, they're not. And sometimes it's complete control, complete wizarding. Sometimes it's just a little bit of wizarding. And to be fair, a lot of that wizarding pre-2022 had to do with language abilities, so that the robot wouldn't quite pick up what people were saying, and LLMs have improved that, but we still have a lot of Wizard of Oz. And why is that a problem for embodiment? Well, it's a problem because it really sets people's expectations for what these robots might be able to do. It's really useful because it enables speedy test driving of sophisticated and these situated social abilities. So when you say, now pick up this book, now can't do it itself, but if someone's Wizard of Ozing now, they can turn now to look at the book and get the hand to try to pick it up. It probably still won't work. But I think something that's really interesting too, some of you might remember 4 years ago at Tesla's AI Day, this made a big splash in the media because Elon Musk had a human dancer come along dressed like the, as being developed at the time, Tesla bot, and had the human dancer do all this wonderful, wacky dancing. And then he came on stage after this and he said oh, of course, that's a person, don't worry about it. But he said, we'll have a prototype, quote, sometime next year that basically looks like this. That was 2021. We are so far away from that. We have no prototype that basically looks like that. It looks like that, but it doesn't move like that. It isn't able to kind of see where it is on stage and not fall over and run into other people like that. So I think, that's not quite Wizard of Oz, but that's the same idea that you get people's expectations for what these robots aren't going to do. You promise this technology just tomorrow, but we could be decades away from it. So we have to be really careful with Wizard of Ozing. And I think as researchers, we have to be really clear with our communication that when we do use this in our studies, which we all do, we use it a lot, that we're not kind of overselling that this is autonomy. So the unrealistic expectations create some extra tension as well. On to the fourth challenge, and this is an interesting and slightly subtle one, but it should make a lot of sense, and that's that the context really matters. What do I mean by this? Here, I mean, let's think about human bodies. Let's think about human bodies in lots of different contexts. We can pick 3 contexts here. We can have this context on the left here where we see a person and what she's wearing, what she looks like. This is conveying medical authority and competence. The gal in the middle, we can see athleticism and entertainment, this professional dancer, and the gal on the right, school teacher here. We can see guidance and patience in what she looks like. In all of these situations, we have a human body. And depending on the context the human body is in, that human body is able to convey and to deliver kind of a different authority or different abilities and communication with other people who might be in this space. So what's the problem with this with robots? Well, we've done a few studies looking at this, about people's expectations for robots in different contexts. And I guess the kind of take-home point here is that people have really different expectations for what robot embodiment should look like depending on the context. So like humans, the human body is very versatile. We can be in all these different contexts and it's still a person, it's still a human body. But people don't want that for robots. So we've run a few studies now of asking people to design their own robots. We give them this paper dolls robot design kit and we say, okay, we have these contexts, we have healthcare, entertainment, telepresence, and education. Design your perfect robot for this. And after we have many, many participants go through this, I'll give you just a few examples of what they come up with here. What we're seeing is that people have really different designs for healthcare than for education, for entertainment than for telepresence. So these are just some examples, and Amélie Vosges' Roman papers, she actually has two looking at this, both from a design perspective, asking kind of lay people to design their own robots, but then also asking people who didn't design the robots to look at all of these images and say, where do you think these robots belong? And you can assign more than one category. We also see that people are really reluctant to assign a certain robot embodiment to multiple categories. So like no one thought that this robot dog should be a telepresence robot or should be a healthcare robot. This is just not what people, not the categories they put them in. So what this means is that unlike the human body, robot bodies are not as adaptable. We are not at the point of kind of accepting them in lots of different contexts like we are with the human body. And it's also the case, and there's many brilliant people working in this space, that these challenges become even more complex in cross-cultural contexts. So how you might design a robot for North America compared to Eastern Europe, compared to South America, China, et cetera. Lots of really kind of complex things where you cannot have one-size-fits-all embodiment. Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm saying there. It's likely impossible, or at least very difficult, to design one body capable of satisfying multiple contextual demands. And you might say, but what about the human body? Why don't we come back to making robots really human-like? I would say that I think everything I've told you before about the problems and the challenges of the human body mean that's still not going to fix your problem, but we can discuss. Right, so on to the fifth challenge and the final challenge here, and this is a really interesting one, especially for those of us working in psychology and kind of the human side of human-robot interaction, and this is the interactions of embodiment with human psychology, because of course we never just have bodies out in the world, we have bodies that interact with people who have their own psychology, and this gets really complicated. So what do I mean by this? We'll start with this picture here that you might think is quite tasteless, and that's fine, but I have a reason for putting this picture of Austin Powers up here. Who's seen the original Austin Powers film? Okay, some of the people who are old like me. Okay, great. So all of you younger people who've not seen it, they probably haven't aged well. I've not seen them in many years myself, but they're slightly funny films, and if you've not seen the film, you might just see this picture of the main character surrounded by scantily clad women, and you might think, okay, that's a pretty tasteless picture, but whatever. But if you've seen the film, you'll know that those are not scantily clad women. They're actually robots with deadly weapons hidden in strategic places. So if you know that, you will approach those individuals in a really different way than if you don't know that, because this is what might happen to you. You might get your head blown off by the fembots, which we have here. So that knowledge really matters, because if you do not know that, you'll approach those agents in a really different way than if you do know that. And what does this mean in terms of human psychology? Well, we've looked at this now in a few different ways, and we've looked at it by showing people these are kind of old, really rubbish poser animations, but these studies are from over a decade ago now. So we showed people some animations of either a human form or a kind of abstract robot form performing a bunch of really simple bimanual actions. And maybe can you get these videos to play? Because I feel like if I click, it's going to do something. Yeah, so they're not terribly exciting. You can click the one next to it too. That's cool. You just see robots or humans, doing a bunch of different actions like tossing a ball, putting pens in a cup, stacking blocks, wiping a table, etc. And what you should hopefully see is that the kinematics are identical. So there's no actual difference between how these agents are moving. We have the same kind of kinematic parameters, and the agents just move according to them. We just change how they look. But that's not the only thing that we're doing in these brain imaging studies. We're actually telling people two different things about some of these videos. Sorry. Okay, yes, now they're doing lots of tossing. Great. Next slide. Next slide. There we go. And I think it's quite important to say these are all within subjects design, so these aren't different participants. These are all the same participants. And before they watch some of these videos of these agents performing these tasks, we say you're about to watch a bunch of videos made with human motion capture. And before the other videos, we say, okay, now the videos you're about to watch are made with computer keyframe animation. And if you're not familiar with these, motion capture, people are in suits moving around, used in Hollywood a lot, and computer keyframe animation, there's pretty much no people involved whatsoever. It's just kind of the computer interpolating from frame to frame how an agent should move. Of course, all the videos are animated the same way in real life. We didn't actually use these techniques, but we tell people we do. And we kind of split it in this 2x2 factorial design with human agent, motion capture, instruction, human agent keyframe instruction, robot agent motion capture, robot agent computer keyframe. We don't just tell people this, we also have them watch a half-hour documentary before we even put them in the brain scanner explaining how these things work. So we have lots of footage from Hollywood, we have lots of kind of pictures of computer algorithms kind of doing computer keyframe animation, so people really understand there's really kind of complex differences between how you might make videos. And the final piece is that we told people that this work was being funded by the German Film Commission, and they want to know which of these techniques is more effective. So people kind of are buying into this cover story, and we're kind of tricking them a bit, telling them that these videos are made in different ways. And what we found is that what we told them actually mattered a lot more than what those agents looked like. So we did this in 2 different studies. I'm just showing you data from one of the studies here. And they had different participants, and we had really complex debriefing procedures to make sure that we understood whether or not people had any suspicions of what was actually going on. But we see with the behavioral data here, while I press this, will it work? Yeah, that the motion capture belief was much more pronounced compared to the computer animation belief than whether they saw the human or robot agent. So it didn't really matter what that agent looked like, but what you believed about it, what we told you to believe about it, really impacted your ratings of how smooth and pleasant you found these videos to watch. So this was the important data we were collecting for the German Film Commission, but not really. And then we also saw that these kind of the belief manipulation. So when people were watching videos that kind of came with this human motion capture story compared to those that came with this computer origins or keyframe animation story, we saw more engagement of a number of different brain regions, but in particular the precuneus, which is implicated in thinking about others' minds, is much more online when you believe you're watching videos that had humans in motion capture suits kind of at their origin. So again, we see this kind of the physicality is important, but the human side and how the human expectations interact with physicality is possibly even more important. So where does that leave us? How do we best embody social AI? If we want AI to engage people in a social way, what do we have to do? Must it be embodied in traditional humanoid robot forms? The answer from my reading is clearly absolutely not. And this really puts us at a golden place for rethinking embodiment that serves a social function rather than embodiment that mimics the human form and then falls short at any step along the way. So this is just a few examples of kind of some really recent robotic embodiments here. You have everything as simple as a sphere. You have the Blossom robot in the middle, this crocheted robot, which is quite social with ears that move around, and a few others as well. So yeah, we're seeing that companies are starting to rethink embodiment and getting away from the human form, but we're still not there yet. And just to wrap up here, this is kind of just to cap it all together, the enduring challenges of social embodiment, and again, I should probably have said the word social 1,000 times more in this talk, because it's not just embodiment for like factory line working robots. Those ones are quite good, they're doing their job well, but it's more the robots that are trying to engage people socially. Bodies and forms do make promises, and if a robot's body promises things that it cannot deliver, it's not just that people are going to abandon it, but they're going to not trust it anymore. They're going to, it's going to be lost. That relationship is irreparably damaged. So some advice for engineers, any of you interested or listening or caring, is that deeper collaboration with those of us who are thinking about the human side of human social-machine interaction from the design phase onwards can be really valuable to better understand the human impacts of physical embodiment and which psychological levers you might want to be pulling in order to maximize engagement with your robots. And I know engineers collaborate with social scientists a lot, but this is just a call to say, keep doing it and keep doing it even more. And for the industry, the robotics industry, I think recognizing that embodiment isn't just a technological challenge, but it's really a psychological challenge as well. This is going to be really important. So we have to think about how people socially engage with machines, and we're not going to be able to be aware of the assumptions people make about machines until we start to kind of unpick those assumptions. So I'll finish with that. I don't have a timer here. I mean, there is a timer right there. I'm a minute over, sorry. Sorry, I just noticed that now. And I'll leave it with this. This is a paper that's coming out in January, but apparently it's on PubMed right now. And this is co-authored with Arvid Kappes, who I think was here last year, a fantastic, fantastic social robotics scholar. And we just wrote this way too long and probably a bit boring in places review for the annual review of psychology. But some of the ideas that I talked about today are also in there. And yeah, really happy to hear your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for this absolutely fantastic talk. And I think this talk fully resonated with Emily's talk from yesterday, right? About challenges that we face up today regarding human-robot collaboration. Okay, so I'm opening the floor for questions, of course, if you have.
Hello, I'm to blame for Pepper doing high fives over there. So I'm very offended, especially because you're making some very good points.
Sorry.
So, though my perspective on that is a bit that the main challenge is actually perception, not necessarily action. Like, I rarely see people expect Pepper to pick things up, to do things.
Yeah.
It's really detecting somebody's trying to do a high five, which seems much more doable. And for the embodiment, the shapes you were saying, I largely agree. I play with a lot of social robots, but for situations where the robot needs to be in a public place, interacting with new people, I feel a huge factor is size. And when you apply those things you were saying to that context, you scale them up, you end up with something basically like Pepper.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. Yeah, and size absolutely matters too. And like, you can't have a Cosmo in a public place that's going to get squashed, and it's not going to be.
I've tried it; it's very bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I feel like, though, and it's hard to say, to point to a counterexample, because I don't think we have good counterexamples, but I think like we do not have people, like, do we have failed examples of robots that take a completely non-humanoid form in public contexts that also fail? Because I don't know of these, and if they, I would love to know about them, but I think we just keep trying the humanoid form again and again. There's Baxter, and now there's these new beautiful robots from Enchanted Tools, Mirakai, which is.
There was one that was like a big sphere.
Oh, okay. And
it was like at one point put forward as a replacement for Pepper alternative. They came out. We were kind of worried.
This wasn't Romeo, right? Because Romeo was even more humanoid.
No, it was like a big sphere on wheels that that could have arms. And actually, it didn't work very well. A lot of people complained about it.
Okay.
Another example would be those, those service robots that carry trays around, like Plato or Pudu, Bellabot, etc. They're not trying to be humanoid. They have a little square face with a cute little face. And that works.
But they're not really trying to socially engage people too, right? Because like the robots that clean, like the vacuuming and mopping robots at Zurich Airport also have little eyes on them, but they're not really trying to engage people. They're trying to clean the floors. And anyways,
we can talk about this.
I think it's a really interesting question, but I think like, yeah, we need to see more counterexamples of.
So thanks a lot for a great talk. So what was, among others, super striking to me is like this, gap between, on the one hand, the physical abilities, that are kind of lagging behind, but the conversational abilities, which are getting better and better. And I think, the gap will be further increased. So that having said, like a very provocative question, would you actually recommend the robotics company not to use the latest models? To not further increase the gap. So I'm not saying that you should actually make the product worse, but I see this danger, but there's the disconnect, but the gap between the two different capabilities.
You're absolutely right. I don't know what the answer is, but I think it is something really serious to consider, because people love, and like, I'm so excited to see that my naval robot can now converse in such a better way with people now that it has LLM, kind of, it's connected up to ChatGPT. But in terms of like the kind of the long-term future utility of these robots, I think it is just exacerbating that gap, and it's going to get wider and wider the better and better they get. But yeah, I've just picked out a lot of problems. I don't have, like, again, one killer solution to fix all of this, and that's a shame, because I think, we're looking for that really effective embodiment solution. Again, Paro works, but Paro works in a very limited niche. So I don't know if I would say retrofit all of your robots with kind of crappy language recognition just so they kind of match their crappy physical abilities. But yeah, maybe thinking about this isn't a bad idea. So.
Paulina Klein, Chief Psychology Officer at Empirical Evidence Consulting, Copenhagen, Denmark. I think I read somewhere that the little therapeutic seal robot, Paro, I think, Paro. Right? The reason why it's so successful is because of the fur.
That's another big part. Yep.
Yeah. And so my question is, did anyone think about covering the robots actually with the, I know that there are works around this artificial skin and etc.
Yep.
Just before entering to today's session, I had a hack from Pepper. And I'm sorry, Emil, I talk to you as you know, the father of Pepper here. But it felt like it was exciting, right? Because that was my first hack from a robot, right? But to be honest, it felt like nothing. At the same time, I can say that this chair is hugging me right now with this little table, right?
Yeah.
So I was wondering if there were any experiments around covering the robots with the fur or something nice to touch and cuddle.
Yeah, there are a lot of, and Emily might know more about this, Emil might know more about this, but like we've seen these, and like we have in our team, one of my PhD students is really interested in soft robotics and soft social robots, and there's very few that exist. There's lots of kind of one-off research ones that are very furry, but they're not like, we can't get them in our lab to do experiments on, but we kind of show people videos and ask them to kind of compare, you know, Pepper and Now and the kind of more classic hard social robots to these furry or cuddly ones. And people really like the look of them, but the things that come up again and again from various different kind of focus groups with robotics experts and lay users is that they're not hygienic. So if you want to have them in hospitals, if you want to have them in other, like even the Paro, like I think there's sometimes issues with how they clean the fur. So if it's like a one-to-one, just like a child with their cuddly robot, that's something a little bit different. But like for the public use and for even running them in experiments, there's hygiene problems. But Paro is very cuddly, and I think the furry plush elements are something that maybe not furry and plush, but something that's tactilely inviting is something to be thinking about more and more, not just hygienic.
Thank you so much. Regarding your question, I think maybe I recommend you to read about Cynthia Brazel project, right, from many years ago. And she designed such a robot. The project was called,
So yeah, but that wasn't like meant to necessarily be touched per se. It was very cuddly. It's like a gremlin. It's really cute. But yeah, it was. Yeah.
And also another project in Max Planck Institute. I don't remember the full name of this institute. They also have created recently such robot that you can hug.
Oh, the Huggy Bot. Yeah, that's an ETH
yes,
Max Planck collaboration, and they
Max Planck,
yeah, exactly.
Okay, okay, absolutely the last, and very briefly, okay.
I think that we are looking at the wrong direction. We are looking at shape. It's not so important, I think. We can emotionally attach to our car. Yeah. But I think that the most important is the context.
Yes.
Let's imagine social robot which is living in some family. We have some feeling when we can share our views, opinions, and so on with this robot. So you probably already understood what where I am going on. So let's imagine the social robot which is living in MAGA family and Polish family. The moment when they synchronize their knowledge, and suddenly we discovered that a robot which is living in a Polish family is starting to claiming MAGA ideas. So what about this? How we are going to overcome the incredible differences in our society? I gave a very, very special example, but we very easy found such differentialities inside one country, inside one city, one village, and so on. So what about this? I think this is more important than shape.
Yeah, no, I agree that this is why context is a really important thing. And I brought up the cross-cultural point, making context even more complex. I think there's a lot of people interested in this problem, and I think LLMs are being used hopefully to good end here, but also like I have deep fears that slop will just keep continuing and then we'll have kind of completely worthless LLMs in a few years. But there is a lot of interest in this, and I was at this kind of meeting with other people who are trying, tech industry people trying to develop embodied social robots right now a few weeks ago, and it was mostly people from the States and OpenAI and a few other companies, and they have a big interest in this and in making sure that where they roll their kind of embodied robots out, whatever form they may take, that they are kind of plugged into that context and they do not come kind of right out of the box start making cultural faux pas. But I think what they do not get is just how complex that is and how nuanced it is and how, yes, globalization has brought a lot of kind of common understanding across the world, but there are still some very deeply held cultural kind of norms that cannot be violated. And you're absolutely right, this is really complex and the context will always matter.
Thank you so much once again. Big applause, please. And now it's time for our first session. I'm scanning for Attila Arda Besen. Oh, okay. He's going to be chair of our session about VR, virtual reality. Okay.
Hello, hello. So. I see the participant now. So let's get started. First, actually, we will have like, including me, maybe I will put myself actually in the end. And I would like to start with maybe in the second, like the place. Because today we are going to talk about like virtual worlds, XR, I mean XR when I say XR, AR, MR, VR technologies. But not only this, because even like a short introduction, when we talk about like the virtual world, the extended reality, there are lots of confusions, and especially when it comes to virtual worlds. And I will talk about the industrial one as well. And I believe in order to understand in a better way, first we need to just maybe go with the case studies and the exactly use cases actually that will be presented by our guest today. So, and without further ado, let's get started. I would like to invite first Agnieszka Dubiel from Łódź University of Technology to present early testing of a VR escape room using paper-based scenarios. Agnieszka? Yes, please. I will put myself in the end, no worries. I believe it will be better to hear like the first your case studies, then I will just maybe, my speech will be conclusion. Stage is yours. Okay.
And it's working.
I think so.
No,
It's not working. Yeah, I can take it.
Now it's working. Thank you so much. So, I'm waiting for the presentation.
The second one. This is my presentation. No. Agnieszka's presentation.
Yeah.
This is my presentation. Yes, this is my presentation. Yes, this is Agnieszka is correct. Yes, this is that.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, hi everyone. Today I want to show you something that normally shouldn't work actually. And I try to answer a very unusual question. Can you test a virtual reality application escape room before the virtual reality applications start to exist actually? And what's more, I also want to know, can you observe the real emotional reactions in people who are interacting only with paper, actually, only with paper? Sounds like an experiment, and it absolutely was. You have to think the same like me, but I will try to tell you that how it works. So daily I work in virtual reality, UX experience and physiological signal analysis. I'm fascinated by how technology shapes emotions, decisions, teamwork and stress level of user of the virtual reality applications. And I'm always looking for smarter ways to design, not more expensive ones. I'm just a PhD candidate, so the smarter ways are more important for me than those expensive ones. And that's why in this project I decided to test virtual reality actually without virtual reality. And this study is just a small part of a larger Erasmus Plus project entitled ESCAPE. And in ESCAPE, together with international partners, we are creating a virtual reality escape room set in an abandoned reactor. I know it sounds dramatic, but it's actually an educational tool. And the point is not to scare students. The point is to engage them and to force them to use soft skills. Inside this escape room, participants actually cannot escape alone. They must cooperate, they must share information, discuss every interpretation, and make a decision under the pressure of time. In other words, they train soft skills, but in a setting that naturally fosters collaboration. You can also ask me why we actually need virtual reality in this case, because VR gives us capabilities that even a physical escape room cannot provide, actually. In that case, we can control the stress level of every user. We can change puzzle complexity instantly, and we can also observe behaviors of users that are normally invisible. How people, for example, how people react when they get confused, when pressure increases, and when one person starts to be a leader of the group and then another person starts to withdraw himself. It's really interesting, and VR seemed for me like a perfect environment for this study because we can change a lot of things during the experiment, and even we don't have to tell our users that we are changing something during the trial. But there is a big problem with virtual reality. Before virtual reality looks like a really good application, you have to spend a lot of money and time for doing that. And even tiny changes require work, a lot of work from the side of programmers, designers, 3D artists. And you have to answer the question, what is the point and in which point you are already in the project? It means that maybe those programmers, designers, and 3D artists are not so essential at this moment of the project. And it was like this in my case, because I just wanted to know, does the scenario work at all? And if my ideas are so clear and great for someone else, not only for me. So I did something very simple, but in the same time a little bit crazy, I can say like that, because I created the entire escape room on paper. I even don't have a room like here. I don't have a real door, a real floor, real walls. I just took the tasks, puzzles from the scenario, created them on paper, and gave them to the user to check if they understand what I want to obtain. And in the same time, I also want to check whether people would show emotional reactions while looking at sheets of paper, actually. So you are together with me in this experiment now. Experiment is in a full swing, and now we have to think about the purpose of this study and of course about the research questions. And actually I have two questions in that case. First one is, can paper prototypes reveal communication and usability issues? And the second one, maybe the harder one, can people show measurable emotional reactions even without virtual reality immersion? So in other words, is it possible to stress someone using just a paper? And to finding the answer to these two questions, I invited 62 participants, students and teachers as well. I formed teams of 4 people for this project, and then they received from my side puzzles, instructions, clues, hidden informations, of course time pressure as well. And every person also received an Embrace Plus smartwatch. Thanks to this one simple smartwatch, I had the possibility to gain the physiological data without bothering the users too much. And I measured, for example, electrodermal activity, heart rate variability, respiration, skin temperature, and movement. And in the same time, every trial and every experiment with every group was observed by 2 observers. And those 2 observers monitor the communication process and the group behavior all the time. Actually, they did also a really good job with the process of data synchronization because they marked in the scenario every situation with unclear instructions for the users. Every situation when the group have to think about the next steps, when they start to fight with each other, they start to don't like each other and something like that. And thanks to those observers, I have the whole picture of what happened in every moment. Because without them, I will have only a noise from those smartwatch and I wouldn't use it actually. So what I discovered based on this data, firstly biometric ones, maybe you will be surprised in this moment, but actually people reacted emotionally to paper. So you can use paper. Also, I observed that when instructions start to be ambiguous for the user, electrodermal activity peaked. Also, when time pressure appeared, heart rate started to increase. And every time when teams got stuck or misinterpreted some clue, we saw stress and confusion in the data. So in other words, VR was not required for emotional engagement. Cooperation under uncertainty was enough. But I hoped, and I'm almost sure, that with virtual reality, those reactions will be even bigger. And that's why I still think that the virtual reality version is important in that case. Also, I uncovered issues that would be far more expensive to fix later in virtual reality versions. So lucky me that I did this experiment, so I saved some money for some extra things in the further phase of my project. And what was not so clear for the participants. For example, instructions that seemed perfectly clear to me and to my team was not clear at all for some of the participants. Or some puzzles required too much information processing at once. And sometimes teams lost important clues because they don't know that they have to share everything with each other. Maybe it's my fault because I didn't put enough attention to tell them that every small element matters in that case, and that they have to speak about every even tiny element. But now I know that we have to repair that, fix it somehow, and actually we already did it. And in some cases, the pace was too fast for the users. Sometimes we think that some task is possible, they will have a possibility to do the task in 1 minute, and they didn't do that even during the 5 minutes. So we have to change it in our virtual reality version. And all of those things are invisible when you look at a scenario. In scenario, everything looks really great. Every idea is really good, and everything is really clear for you. When you put it on a paper and you combine it with biometric data, they start to be not so clear, and you already have some directions what you are supposed to do with that. So the main message from my presentation is that actually you can test virtual reality without virtual reality itself. You can also observe emotional engagement on paper, and you can detect problem early, cheaply, and effectively. So in that case, the combination of low fidelity prototyping, observers, and physiological data gave me an incredibly rich understanding of group behavior. So I was able to prepare the next steps in a better way. Now I know which elements were too difficult for users, too fast or too confusing. So I can start to work on high fidelity virtual reality version without these small not working things. And also in the next steps, I want to compare reactions between paper and VR. I really want to check if behavior will be similar or completely different, and if teamwork improve, or maybe it starts to be even more chaotic than during on a paper version. So I'm so excited to find out. And of course, when I did it, I will let you know and tell you which one was a better idea. And finally, this part is very important for me. On this slide, you can see the logos of the ESCAPE project partners. These are the people without whom this project would simply not exist, actually. They are incredibly skilled, creative, reliable, and inspiring to work with. So if any of you ever need a partner who can combine education, technology, user experience, virtual reality, soft skills, and research, and more of them, I can wholeheartedly recommend them. And this project is possible because of them, actually. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Shall we do like this? Let's, take our questions and let's ask the questions to the panelists at the end of the whole the discussion. I think it will be time effective as well. It will be, okay? Okay, perfect. So.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hello. Hello to everyone. Thank you for having me. My name is Dariusz Szaworski-Radec, and I am the head of the VR AI lab at the National School of Judiciary and Public Prosecution, which is in Poland an institution created in 2009, fully responsible for training of future judges, future prosecutors, as well as court staff, judges and prosecutors who already are, let's say, on the bench or working as lawyers. We were created in 2024, our VR AI lab. However, all the story with using the VR goggles and even some algorithms dates much more back in history. I've just found out that, for example, here's with us Judge Katarzyna Orłowska, who started here creating first VR scenarios for courtroom proceedings. So they created some movies that are basically put together by the company named Cinematic VR, and you can see the table just in front of the doors, and you can have a try how does it look like inside VR goggles. Okay, but first things first, I just want to tell you a story, a very quick story. You need to imagine a young lady walking next to the Vistula River. You're sitting there on the bench and you're looking at her, and you just spotted that 3 guys are following that woman. And at some point she sees it as well, and she starts to run. They catch her, they beat her, they strangle her. One of the guys is trying to unbelt his trousers, and then she uses a very good escape strategy, let's call it. She starts screaming that she's HIV positive. So they let her go, they go on the side, they start to discuss something. Then she grabs her things and she runs away. They get caught few hours later, they get brought to the police station, and then the trial begins. The case goes to the court, and the issue at stake is whether there was a voluntary withdrawal, whether they, on their own will, decided not to commit the crime. And the case goes through all the stages in the Polish judicial system. So you can tell the story to the trainees, you can tell the story to the students, or you can basically, if it works, I don't think it's the right presentation up to date, but if I quickly jump to this, you can, and just to show you, this case in virtual reality would be completely different. And yes, so we will run through all the presentation just to find on stage. Okay, you can scan this. Yes, well done. If something can go wrong, it will go wrong. So you can scan this, and you can see this case scenario on your mobile phones, actually. You can see it on laptops, or if you have the VR goggles, you can see it on the goggles themselves. There are hotspots. There are articles of the criminal code, code of the criminal procedure, very relevant judiciary decisions, if you want. Everything is there. It was created by the students from the Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology. She has painted this first, and then she has put it into thesis, which is one of the applications that we are using to create 360-degree environments and graphics for the presentations. Could I? Yes, it's not the lunch break. Let's go now back to the second slide, which should be the other way around. Okay, so what am I going to tell you today is first what we are doing, then why we are doing that, and what are our accomplishments and why we think it's worth it. However, I'm talking from the perspective of the public institution, so please be aware that it's very difficult to innovate at the public institutions. Okay, so who we are, why we think we should rethink judicial training, what is an immersive courtroom simulation, core tools for simulation, using e-tools for legal storytelling, benefits, and some final thoughts, which is practice. So the National School is based in Krakow, Lublin, and from like 2 weeks ago, we also have one center in Gdańsk, which will be operational probably in 2 months. Section itself, or the VR AI laboratory, is based in Lublin, which is southeast Poland. We are proud to show that we have 15 pairs of headsets, VR goggles, 360-degree camera to record things, and monitors, displays. Basically, the entire room that we can call our workshop room for judges and prosecutors. So we organize workshops, training activities, courses for trainees and judges, prosecutors, court staff, and so on. We also cooperate with different institutions, European Judicial Training Network, for example, or the Forensic Research in Krakow facility, Medical Institute in Łódź, or the Polish-Japanese Academy of Information Technology, as well as with some association of Polish Association of Judges Justitia, for example, or THEMIS, with regards to the content of our training activities. Why we think we should rethink judicial training? Well, just one argument is that the traditional methods are not very immersive, they are boring, they are, let's say, to some extent outdated, they are passive, first of all, they are not immersive. However, I'm not arguing here that the VR should replace lecturers or trainers. I'm just basically arguing that you should, or if you can, use it for a very small period of time during your training activities. However, I'm aware that to create a content for that is challenging. There are some studies, this one is from 2014, so it's not up to date, but I will show you also quite recent from the September 2025, that shows that actually combining the methods, traditional methods of lecture and, let's say, gamification or gaming can increase the outcomes and the retention of knowledge both in science as well as in legal studies. So traditional methods that are still used, for example, at our school, at universities, lectures, case studies, mock trials, limited realism, low pressure, passive learning, real courts demand experience, quick thinking, emotional intelligence. Immersive tech is like a flight simulator for judges and prosecutors, and AI-driven VR simulation is even better because you never know what the AI is going to reply, for example, as a witness. If you have an avatar of a witness or a prosecutor, you never know as a judge what this avatar can answer or ask you. So it helps practice decision-making in a realistic, risk-free environment, which is very important. So what is the immersive courtroom? Well, it's a place where you basically put the trainees with the VR goggles on the judge's seat or on the solicitor advocate seat, and that person can hear argument, issue rulings, motions, decide on motions. If you have an AI-driven software application, it gets more dynamic. Interactions are basically more challenging for the trainee. What's the goal? Well, to train decision-making through doing, not just theory. One of our movies that we recorded in the regional court in Lublin was about the Muslim woman who was attacked in the city center. Well, we made up this case just for you to know. She was attacked, and then she was the witness for the prosecution, and she had to testify. The issue was that she didn't want to uncover her face during the court proceedings. She basically decided that because of her strongly held beliefs, she cannot uncover her face in front of other men present at the courtroom, prosecutors, advocates, and the judge himself. So what was the solution for that? Well, either to penalize her, which would be a very simple solution, or maybe there will be some procedural hacks that we could use in order to do it. Well, we complicated the case a little bit because we brought also some public and the guys had the t-shirts where there were some really, really offensive words with regards to Islam, Muslim community, and so on. The issue there was that when the judge got aware of the presence of these guys, he asked them to leave the courtroom, but the defendant here basically asked a court to leave one person as a person of trust, which according to our procedure, he was allowed to, but that person would still have a t-shirt on him. And there was more things like that because, you know, we had this argument later on when the judges were able to see this courtroom simulation. The question arose, for example, what if the t-shirt would have these sentences in English or in Hebrew? Whether that would change the situation if the judge wouldn't understand what is written on the t-shirts. So you can always make up additional things and then show it, because what you do basically, first you prepare a scenario and then act according to the scenario. Well, if you have AI-driven application, then it's more challenging because the scenario can change. Okay, so core tools for simulation-based learning. So we use two platforms to some extent. One, as I've mentioned, ISS VR by Cinematic VR. Another is ThinkLink, where they are really good because there are no-code platforms for creating interactive images, videos. You just place the movies over there or split the movies and add whatever you need to add to them. You can add hotspot, text, judgments, audio links, and so on. So some of these tools like ESS VR is really good for immersive courtroom filming. Well, the trainees can make real-life decisions. And the ThinkLink is more like a virtual courtroom walkthrough. Okay, so what tools I would recommend you to use? So they are actually in this direction from very easy to very complicated. Like Unity, you need to have some experience basically to use it on a real engine. However, then you can create environments that are very immersive and you can interact with the different things inside this created environment. Thesis is just a tool you have seen. You can walk around and add some hotspots. But Twiner is quite interesting because it's Completely free tool and no coding required. And if you use any large language model like ChatGPT, you can ask this large language model basically to create for you the entire decision tree. And then if you put it into the web browser, you have an interactive training course, which can be a base for the scenario for VR training, recording, and later on being recorded. There are some mistakes that large language models can do, but you can correct it as you go. Interestingly, you just put the case there and you ask him to prepare the entire things for you for Twinary, and you will get the end product. So that's the basically decision-making tree. So what are the benefits? Well, enhanced retention of knowledge and skills that you acquire during the training. Practice, which is limited if you use, let's say, just the actors and you go to the courtroom, but this is not the real environment. And engagement, it's game-like immersion, increases your motivation. And final thoughts in this not up-to-date presentation should be that you can use it for training, but if you Google it, you put on YouTube VR in a courtroom, you can see that in Florida it was used actually in a different way. So basically, judge was using the VR goggles to see the expert witness presentation prepared for him as an evidence in a case. So basically, it's both ways. You can use VR for training, but you can use it in practical aspects. So basically, you can use it as a tool to see what was prepared for you. Of course, there are some challenges to it. One is that simulation is not reality. So if you see the simulation in a courtroom, for example, of a car crash or a car accident, it doesn't mean that it really was like that. This issue was actually raised by one of the companies in Poland when we found out. Well, we were informed that when you get an expert witness opinion in, let's say, civil court, it's a car crash, and then you get some conclusions in this opinion. This company told us that there are expert witnesses in Poland who are using the software in a way it shouldn't be used. So basically, for example, software was designed to calculate trajectory of the moving car, but they were putting there the data, for example, for the bicycle or a motor bicycle, which shouldn't be done this way. And sadly, we don't have the procedure to certify the software that is used by expert witnesses in the court. It's always the opinion of a judge or the decision of a judge, how value that kind of opinion. However, we can ask whether it's AI on the bench or is it bench driven by AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And please get ready with your questions for Dariusz. So it's just like, as you can see, actually, if you have a challenge and if you have a specific, even the concept, then you should just, you should have some specific purpose even to create even the virtual reality simulation or anything related to XR. But even it's applicable for virtual worlds. In a minute we will talk about this, but without having clear purpose or the ultimate goal, or even let's say ideology, because I will mention about the ideology a lot, it's like hard to create, even hard to not only to create, but hard to even imagine something can fill the gap in the market, right? So even it's hard to come up with something that can contribute to the people's life in any, let's say, specific case, and of course, like the specific use case. But the most important thing, I mean, I would connect actually from those beautiful, actually wonderful case studies. The VR and the technology, it will be lack without having, of course, like the specific purpose. And when we just talk about, because my presentation will be kind of, let's say, conclusion of the whole topic. And when we talk about, oops, yes. When we talk about generally like the virtual reality, digital twin, virtual worlds, like the artificial intelligence, but we are always, somehow, we are missing one step. We are just missing the step, what is this, like the meaning of the term. And even when we say intelligent realities, actually, I'm not talking about only the virtual spaces or AI or real-time data, no. This is like the combination of both, because if you combine the virtual, let's say not virtual reality, extended reality, virtual worlds into the AI and also like the real-time data collection, then you're just like trying to get into somewhere. And that somewhere is actually the beginning of the intelligent realities and intelligent, let's say, even virtual worlds. And basically, what is the difference between even the digital twin and a virtual world? So basically, in intelligent, let's say, the virtual world, intelligent realities, basically learns, basically optimize, basically decides based on your mood, your preferences, your behavior, basically your insights. And we are not only talking about, when it comes to intelligent realities, the technology, the concept, the methodology, or the theory, no. We are talking about exactly the human interaction. We are trying to, or the system, or the virtual world, trying to understand, not like the system, a system trying to understand you, basically. And when it comes to the, oh, okay, something happened. No worries. No, this is the previous slide, presentation. Okay, so I will just explain this one in the meantime. When we come to actually like the digital twins even, we are just like talking about like what digital twin is. First, digital twin is representing your idea, representing the machine, representing the facility, and just simulates it. But what is the difference between the intelligent reality? Now, we have here, of course, it can predict, it can adapt, and it can be autonomous. Autonomous in order to take a decision. And take a decision on what? Your learning journey, or your, let's say, the journey in the simulation or in the virtual world. But, of course, I'm not talking about only just simplifying or just interpreting the digital, let's say, the virtualization. No, I'm talking about basically not only displaying, but I'm talking about interpreting. Interpreting of the users and the learners' behaviors, profiles, even cognitive skills, physiology. You can add many things, and which I will discuss in a minute. And not only like of course, for the virtual world, this is not like something that we just need to decide, or we need to just put everything there just to assess. No. Again, I'm coming to the part, it should be exactly something measurable. And when it comes to our 5 core components for the intelligent realities, oh, just a minute, yep. I can change it, right? Yes. We are talking about the first, real-time data fabric. So as long as you receive a specific, in a controlled environment, if you collect specific type of data, and the real-time, let's say the data fabric, then we will just go somewhere. And if you don't measure anything in a simulation, I'm sorry, but this is like very bold statement from my side even, there's no need to create a simulation if you're not measuring anything. Because we are not playing a game. Even the games are just measuring many things actually in the meantime while playing the game. So the second is the reasoning layer. And especially artificial intelligence actually stepped up exactly at this point. Why? Because I'm trying to understand the anomaly, the user, the system, the machine, everything is taking part as a stakeholder within the simulation, or this is not simulation, within the virtual world. And the third one, of course, digital twin, the core model, in which basically you have the digital twins of the facility or the other things, etc. Basically, you are having the most, like the crucial insights by analyzing and interacting with the digital twin. The fourth, of course, this is like the immersive part. MR, VR, AR could be part of it, but we are talking about mostly in VR in that case. And then the last part, integration layer. But in integration, it can be integrated different technologies that can assess, measure, and put some insights for your interpretation in the industrial virtual worlds. So we just like say beyond the digital twins, but beyond the digital twins, because we are not displaying only. We are using this virtual worlds with our participants, with our colleagues, with our friends. And there are like not only one data collection, there are like multi-data collection. I can even collect, like if you are looking at during a training, let's say, if you are looking at the trainer, or if you're distracted by, I don't know, even a mic or any other object, so that can be collected. But of course, we need to assess if it's useful. But after that, we are not talking about, again, when I say industrial virtual world, I'm not talking about the metaverse. Let's just like get over this, let's say the trendy topic and the trendy term. We are talking about like the virtual world. So basically, this is the beyond of digital twins, and this is one step behind of intelligent realities. And the second part, when it comes to the industry case studies, for instance, I mean, of course, Volar Rivers, we are focusing on main industries, a couple of main industries, but oil and gas is one of them. And we are exactly creating a virtual world for the oil and gas and the rig operations, offshore, onshore, upstream operations, basically in a virtual world that you can find those all specific niche, let's say, the simulation modules, which are assessing, I will just like show it. Yes, which are assessing 4 main elements. But before going through, I will just give an example also the aviation. The whole operation can be just created as an like industrial virtual world, basically in the same way, in the same possible way, with the same even airport, with the same operation, but this is not on-the-shelf virtual world that you can apply anywhere. I'm rejecting this statement. Virtual worlds have specific purposes, like a virtual reality simulations. And if there is no, specific, even the purpose of virtual worlds, if you're just trying to create on-the-shelf industrial virtual worlds, I'm sorry again, you will fail. It's like a temporary use cases, and it will not be like long-term activities and long-term, let's say, the projects. Because even we just think about like the simulations, and most of the simulations are have very short-term life. Why? They use, some companies are using even like 2 months, and then they're just putting them on the shelf. Why? It's a beautiful simulation. Why? Because we are just, very much focused on creating something, just to create something. That's why I really value the previous the presentations, because they are built on a concept. And the concept is backed by the scientific methodology, the theory, and there are like some outputs that we can measure. The same applies for exactly the virtual worlds as well. And the defense, can you imagine like if you can you be even like the enter any, let's say, the place where you can just analyze UAV drone, military drones, right? You cannot. You're not authorized even. But on the other hand, if you want to enter such things, and if you want to have a training for as like a military personnel even, then you need to go through some specific, let's say, authorizations. And then we are just saying, okay, the authorization is there, and we are talking about all the time safety, etc. But we are not talking about like the repeating and creating like this all virtual stuff in one environment. We are not talking about this. Basically, you can just, we are too much focused on the features, what we can do there. But we are not focusing on the outputs, we are not focusing on the results. Basically, you are not dying and you are not losing the hand is not a result. Basically, I'm understanding where your weaknesses after the simulation. Based on your behavior in the simulation, in the virtual world, based on your, even the physiology, based on your learning profiles, I can come up with your the comprehensive learning profile after the simulation. And the last, environmental protection. This is also our last project actually granted by EIT as well, because we are, for industrial virtual worlds, for metallurgy, we are directly collaborating with the Vukashevich Institute, and environmental protection. I wouldn't imagine that I would just create like a big, let's say, digital twin and industrial virtual world for a dialysis machine. So we will be doing it, and it will be like AI powered, and it will be also like it will serve as a virtual world, not only a digital twin where you can just get the training, put some, drag and drop some pieces. No, it will be virtual world of that environmental protection facility. So what we are assessing here is, of course, the performance and progress. This is like even the foundation of it. But the learning styles based on the COLPS methodology. And this is the main methodology that we are using for the experiential learning. And this is exactly giving you 9 dominant learning styles. And we are assessing those learning styles based on the COLP methodology. And we are getting from our system how you are just like classified, let's say, under this nine different learning styles. And the behavioral psychometrics. Your behavior matters. I'm not talking about your wrong or correct answers, by the way. I'm really talking about your intentions, your habits, why you do this like in 5 seconds, why you didn't do this in 5 minutes. So basically, any behavior in the simulation, of course, some particular ones, will actually affect your results. And the results should be, again, measurable and should be interpreted. And the physiological assessments are also part of it. Even right now with our partner, I would like to say CleverPoint, we are also trying to do some, come up with industrial solution for even the oil and gas industry for specific scenarios to assess their the stress management under different circumstances. Different circumstances, you can be underwater in the middle of the ocean and clean or repair or do welding, let's say, for the leg of the offshore rig. And this is something that I never imagine even in my mind. So basically we need to come up with not only the training, but the measurement as well of that training and the outputs. And what we should do, and how to create even like an industrial virtual world. Ideology. Ideology, what I mean by saying ideology is that if you are just creating a virtual world only for collaboration and meeting, I'm sorry, again, it's temporary. Most of the companies right now who are creating like such, let's say, in virtual spaces, virtual worlds, are collapsing or are just like losing, the attention, losing the popularity, etc. Why? Because there's no purpose. What can you do more? What is the scalability? Even what is the use case there? Do you feel like any use case even like the inside? No. Basically, we need to have an ideology. Ideology should be the ultimate purpose. And the technology, we need to decide not only like the extra technology, but how we are just implementing the other end technologies inside our virtual worlds. Could be different hardware technologies, haptics, etc., or even I would say blockchain, AI, etc. And the industry focus. Let's not create, the space for everyone and for everything. Let's be more niche actually when it comes to industrial virtual worlds. And this will be this is the need in the market even. This is not like my interpretation. And the last part, the integration, I'm not talking only integration of the technology, but I'm talking also about integration of the multidisciplinary approach actually inside the virtual worlds. If you are just creating the virtual world only for creating the virtual for oil and gas, without having field experts, the psychologists, industrial people, then again, most likely it might fail. Let's go for the importance and the conclusion. When we say intelligent realities, we are actually talking about literally the systems that can understand not the system or the data. Not only this, we are talking about literally the system can understand but directly you. The second part, we are trying to create, at the end of the day, not only like a virtual world that you can just do something inside it. No, we are trying to create autonomous environments, autonomous virtual spaces, in which you can operate, you can learn, and you can adapt. Last but not least, this is like kind of my understanding, honestly. Right now, the virtual worlds, even if I ask like how many people, how many of you, know, or how many companies do you know in Poland, like they're creating a virtual world, or in Europe creating a virtual world? So when it comes to this part, I really suggest, let's expect in 5 years, I think for every industry there will be specific roadmap. And even, please check it out, Virtual World Association, led by Siemens, and Poland is represented by Poznan University of Technology, if I'm not mistaken. And then it's like a really big step actually towards like the virtual worlds enhancement in Poland, in the country. And I believe in 5 years it will be more. We will see more industrial virtual worlds. And I believe, again, as I said, whatever you do, there should be ideology, tech integration, and definitely measurable outcome for the human interaction. And you should take into account like the human interaction. So, thank you very much again. And if you have, of course, any further questions, you can just reach out to me. And I kindly invite, because I saw many amazing VR applications here, and also like the exhibitors as well. are founding member of XR Polska, which means XR Poland. XR Poland is the non-profit business community in Poland, actually national XR community in Poland. I highly recommend. We are right now operating in Poland and supporting the XR ecosystem in Poland. Thank you very much. And for our panelists, for your questions, I'm opening the question, like the Q&A session. I will be your mic guy. So if you have any questions, please, I need to see your hands. I will just steal 10 minutes from your lunch break, not more. Okay, one question. And please specify whom are you asking this question and why.
I have a question about industrial virtual world.
Okay, for me.
Do we as humans fully understand and control in real time what this operational universe is executing? In other words, what is our toolbox to control the system?
In the virtual world, no. We don't properly understand, of course, because we cannot understand everything. That's why I'm always saying, why I'm just working with I'm not a petrochemical engineer or petroleum engineer, but I'm working with petroleum engineers to create the offshore rigs. I mean, this is very simple actually for me. Not only this, by the way, I'm working with also industrial psychologists. Why we are just employing the industrial psychologists in our team? I mean, in our company. Why? Because basically, we need to just have multidisciplinary approach to create proper immersive learning with the specific field expertise. Otherwise, it will be lack. Again, it will be on the shelf after, I don't know, two months later. So we cannot deal with everything. That's why I'm always suggesting even to XR companies, let's not do everything by your own, because you need other XR companies for collaboration, because they have different expertise. And the same reason, we are collaborating with different field experts, literally engineers. I'm reading, as a let's say, petroleum engineer, I'm reading offshore rig manuals, 550 pages. And I'm trying to understand. Why? Because I will create something for that industry. I don't need to grasp properly or 100%, but at least I need to have a basic understanding to talk to those people who are expert on this.
My second question would be, what will be input to autonomous industries?
The autonomous industries, virtual worlds, basically, when you have it, you will not be checking the first, this is the simulation, or what is the result, and we will just stop checking wrong and correct answers. First, we will change our approach. The second one, the system will understand your approach and your behavior, your directions, your habits, and then the system will give us the report, which will reduce the time, which will reduce which will increase your readiness, and which will let's say, decrease any kind of risk that you might risk. I'm not talking about again losing the hand, but I'm trying to understand how much likely you will make that particular mistake, which is there and which is not seen. So basically, the system will give us to this, and we will just come up with some other solutions to prevent from those risks. So basically, this is what we are trying to do, because we are trying to reduce the learning. Any questions for our participants as well? Agnieszka, Dariusz, Judiciary, and VR. Also, escape room. Questions? I do have a question actually for the escape room, if I may. Right now, it's not in VR, right? So maybe I will just get
one more. I'm going to pass it around. There we go.
I'm really curious because right now it's not in VR, but when are you planning to do this in VR process, and how you are, going to implement, for instance, AI or any other technologies for the measurements?
Yes. So we start to doing in VR. Actually, we have one room, 1A, 1B, room 2A and 2B, because you have a team of 4 persons inside those applications, but they are separated to 2 rooms. So you have 2 persons in one room and 2 persons in the second room. So they see completely different things, and they have to speak each other to open the doors and to go to the another rooms. And during those, for checking the measurement, we are creating the facilitator panel, and the facilitator it will be teacher because we are thinking about the students, but I think that for corporations it will be also a good idea to learn teams how to speak each other and how to collaborate. They will have a panel and they have to mark every important things. We can also add the smartwatch, like this one which I was speaking, and maybe I will also do some trial with EEG, but I have to wait for that.
Please let us know. XR Polska has like lots of members who are dealing with the EEG. That's great. Thank you very much. And Dariusz, I just last question from my side, because I've seen like the VR is being used for like the judiciary, but just to demonstrating the the case, like say the crime scene. So are you planning to use it for like such real scenarios, real crime scene scenarios, or only for like let's say the training beforehand?
Well, really, we are planning on using it as well, the easiest way, or maybe this is the court proceedings and decision-making procedures. So basically what to do, what the young trainee judge should decide, let's say, upon this issue. Let's say there is a witness, an older lady, and she says, well, can I have a break, Your Honor, because I need a medication? So most of the judges will say, yeah, of course. And then she, for example, needs to apply this medication in a way that it needs some, privacy. But it wasn't informed, so decision made by the judge. And it should be pointed out that he should basically inquire what kind of medication, so on and so forth. But regarding your question, that's more for the prosecutorial office, actually, to recreate a crime scene with some details would be great, but that's also the question of whether you want to just record it and put some hotspot, or you would like to have a crime scene with real possibility to interact with the different objects, for example, to lift a knife or to move from one room to another. There are already companies like Cybit in Krakow who can create things like that. Yes. But it needs powerful computers, and it also needs, the great scenario. So yeah, we would like to have that as well, but that requires funding and ideas.
I just said, because I saw like the one case in the US, the judiciary, okay, like I'm just like sharing this and then finishing, because the court, like the lawyer just created a scenario for the crime scene and just gave the headset to the judge.
That wasn't my. It was on the up-to-date presentation. The last slide. It's on YouTube. It's Florida judge. Basically, it was the lawyers, not really the lawyers, but they used it, but it was created by an expert witness. So an expert who basically recreated that based on the evidence in the files. So based on the movies and pictures from it. Yeah. I mean, that's something doable. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a great use case, honestly. Thank you very much again, and I would like to thank like our panelists and like the big applause for them. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And one important issue, right? Because in the program you have information about lunch. However, because of the flight, we need to change a little bit our schedule, and it's going to be a keynote speech. Half an hour, delivered by Jessica Szczuka. Very briefly, Dr. Jessica Szczuka is a media psychologist and head of the research group INTITEC, so intimacy with and through technologies at the University of Duisburg-Essen, affiliated with the Research Center for Trustworthy Data Science and Security. And she investigated how artificial intelligence reshapes human intimacy, emotional attachment, and moral evaluation. Her work focuses on emerging relationships with chatbots, social robots, and generative AI, examining how people from trust experience closeness and negotiate boundaries with artificial agents. Full bio you can find on our website. Please join me in welcoming Jessica Szczuka. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. First of all, I'm very, very sorry that you now have to delay your lunch. That was not planned, but I will try to keep everything as short as possible, but still in a way that it is still of interest for you. And first of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity that I am here. I think never ever an introduction was able to actually pronounce my name, my surname in the right way. So I'm very thankful to be here, as my family roots back in Poland as well. So therefore, I'm very thankful. So my talk is entitled Intimacy by Design, Empirical Perspectives on the Psychology of Human-AI Relationships. My personal background is in psychology and computer science. As already mentioned, I now lead this junior research group dedicated to everything that relates about the question how digitalization affects the concepts of love and sexuality. And maybe because the question was already raised multiple times throughout that conference, why did I decide to work on this particular topic? When I did my PhD, I already worked in academia for several years as a student assistant and so on. And back then there was this conference, Love and Sex with Robots. And it was cancelled. It was in Malaysia. And the police department back then, they said, there's nothing scientific about sex with robots. And I found that so wrong, because we put so much money, also already back then, into research on how robots and elderlies will interact and children with robots will interact. But the most obvious use case we neglected back then. And to spoil you a little bit, that has, I mean, it changed in some ways, but still we miss out on a lot of opportunity to incorporate that in our research. And one of my personal missions is actually to inspire you guys as you, and with all your research that you're doing, or like the projects that you do in design and whatever, just think about the component that is very important. Because I was sitting like listening to the talks, and I looked at this nice I don't know, logo, whatever, and seeing embracing humanity. And love and sexuality is one of the fundamental needs in life. It is an important part of being human, right? But unluckily, academics have decided that we would highly neglect this part in HCI research. And this is a paper dating back 2006, sexual interaction from the Chi community, saying sexual interactions why we should talk about sex in HCI. But obviously, since then, 20 years later, there's still not that much of a change, and academia has still this tendency to be a little bit prudish about the topic. But if you look into like how people would actually interact with technologies, I mean, let's just look at like what is the majority of data in the internet. You would see that it's sexuality related, right? So with that being said, I have this very nice quote from Jonathan Cooper Smith. It happens because, like all technology throughout history, information technology is motivated simply by what people want. Technology after technology, one of the first things people do use it for is sex. And I mean, the examples explain themselves. It was with the telephone, internet, VR technology, and so on. And obviously, now also artificial personas, robots, and so on. So I want to basically now take a step back and show you that this idea is really not new, and like it dates back to ancient Greek, basically, and the myths that we have. So this is Pygmalion. He was a sculptor back in the days, and he sculpted his perfect wife, or his perfect persona and his perfect love into marble in order to then basically fall in love with it, because he was not happy with the females in his days, right? So then he like prayed to the goddess of Aphrodite to bring this statue to life, and that what actually happened, and they fell in love happily ever after. So this sheer idea of building your perfect partner and then falling in love with it dates back as long as humans basically exist, right? Oh, okay. Nowadays, this is not a question of like praying to any goddess or so. It is a question of technology. Because, I mean, what we would see here, I hope we can see it again, is basically a hyper-realistic sex doll that is now equipped with motors, and that's what they would call a sexualized robot. You can play it again and again if you would like to. However, the point that I want to make is a little bit aligned with Emily Cross's talk, that the technology is really not where people sometimes expect it to be. We are not in a situation of ex machina or something like that. It's really not that good. I saw the robots in persona. So it's a robotic head, the torso cannot move, and so on. And I've been doing this research for now over 10 years, and there's not that much that changed, especially before product hit the market launch. Then basically the companies would break down and so on. So it's really not at the stage where people sometimes would imagine the technology to be at. With that being said, I still want to show you a little bit of the research that I did related to that, if the pointer works. It does not? Okay. I will not walk you through the whole model because I think that would be a little bit too much, but I just want to make a point. The model theoretically captures the positive and negative influences on a likelihood for a person to engage in a sexualized interaction with an artificial entity, in this case, a sexualized robot. So you have the perception of an artificial sexual explicitness. This can, if it fits, turn to sexual arousal. This arousal can positively influence a form of sexual interaction illusion. So a stage where we would not question the artificialness of the partner, just accept it for what it is, and then you would be in a participation of a sexual interaction with an artificial entity. However, this illusion can be broken by sensations that underline the artificialness of the interaction partner. And what I mentioned beforehand, the quality of the robot, it has a lot of explanation of why this illusion can be easily broken, basically. And I will contribute to that by one of our empirical findings that, and I spoiler you already, shows that the ability to fantasize is a lot of explanation power of the likelihood of a person to be in a romantic relationship with a chatbot. And therefore, with the embodied robot, you have all these sensations from the technology itself that can contribute to that illusion being broken, basically. However, just to show you a little bit of the empirical research that we did in that topic, I want to quickly show you one of the empirical studies that we did. We had the assumption that people respond visually to attractiveness, regardless of whether it is a human or an artificial entity. And what we did is that we had an eye tracking study with participants in a lab. We showed them sexualized robots, sexualized humans, humanoids and android robots. And what we could find is actually that the perceptual responsiveness is guided by perceived intentionality and emotion, not by physical appearance. And that was because the visual attention that was spent towards the face of the human was significantly longer compared to the robotic counterparts. And our interpretation was that that is because you would actually have some emotions and motivations that are important in order to understand the state of the human person, which you simply cannot replicate into the robots, and therefore it is more important to spend this visual attention towards the human. And this, at the end of the day, and that's our interpretation, and I find it one of my favorite results because it shows you even if it looks like a human being, people would still understand that there's a huge difference between something that is artificial or not. So this now brings us to, oh wow, there's the sound that we don't need. Thank you so much. So this now brings us to the concept of intimacy by design, and this is also how the talk is entitled because it's a concept or a definition that I came up with. The paper is still under review, but I will still present it nevertheless. So it's the deliberate implementation of emotional responsiveness, romantic resonance, and sexual suggestiveness into technological systems through social agents. The main purpose is to create user engagement through social stimulation. And while I talked about the problems that are there with embodied robots, large language models then showed up. And basically everything that was related to the problems that the robots had, because it's like engineering masterclass to create a humanoid robot that would actually be able to participate in something very physical like sexual interactions. Large language models don't have this problem, basically, right? They're bounded to language, And if you follow the media equation theory, you would need to have 3 social cues, basically, to react socially towards technologies, which is the use of natural language, the fulfillment of a social role, and interactivity. And we have all of that with language, right? And this is also one of the reasons why people fall to catfishes, why there are long-distance relationships, right? Language is everything that we need to actually develop feelings for each other, go into relationships with each other, and that is, surprise, surprise, what is happening now with large language models as well. So if you now might to ask yourself, okay, but this is for the weird people, right? I mean, like, who's engaging in that? I would question that too. I would not like analyze the download numbers for those apps, Replica, Character AI, and so on, because I think that would not be appropriate because you would not know what the people use that technology for. But there is this new survey amongst singles in America, and it showed that 16% of them this year already used AI for some form of romantic interaction. And that was really surprising for me. Not saying that those people are in a romantic relationship with a chatbot, but they at least tried it. And this is just the beginning of like this whole social companion AI, large language model technology, right? And it's already 16% that at least tried it in some any form. So it will be very interesting how that develops. With that being said, you might question, are those relationships that could occur with a chatbot different from what we know with humans? And again, we have a theoretical model, and I will not walk you through the whole thing because it's too long. However, I want to show you a little bit of like the cornerstones of that model. What we did was basically took theories from psychological research, and then we had 2 different interview sets from people that are in very intimate relationships with chatbots already. And we tried to find those things that would be promised in the psychological literature, I would say, whether we would also find them in those interviews, and then also what is different from what we already know from psychological literature. So what we could find was basically that we have psychological determinants. Yes, loneliness is amongst them. However, I will also try to debunk that one. But we would also have avoidant attachment styles, self-esteem issues. We would have romantic fantasies, sexual fantasies, with which you have to admit, those are also psychological determinants that would drive people to go into romantic relationship with other humans. So it's not that crazy and not that different from human ones. So then we would have social determinants. So for instance, loss of a beloved person, loss of a previous chatbot, traumatic experience, stress, health-related issues. And then we have like the classical needs and gratification things. So you would have the gratification or the wish to, the desire to have an idolized romantic partner or experience. You would wish to have the judgment-free zone, which I think is something that is very different from the human relationships that we would know. Entertainment, emotional support, constant availability. So there are some things that are a little bit different to what we know from human relationships. The second stage is then, and this is also based on theoretical models that we already would know, the explorative stage, the effective stage, and then the stable stage. So basically, at the end of this, they come to this very, very like normal communicational style in the everyday life of those people, meaning I would talk to participants and they would tell me, yeah, I'm in the store just asking my chatbot what we should cook like for dinner. And like those things you would find also in romantic relationships amongst humans. And they would just take those communicative rituals and put it basically onto the chatbot. And then we have the ending stage. There is actually, once there happens to be a breakup, sometimes it is forced by the providers because they would have an update, and then sometimes the chatbot would lose the ability to remind itself of the romantic relationship it had with the user. For others, it is self-chosen. However, the emotional reactions are very close to what we would know from human-to-human relationships, meaning sadness, anger, shame, emotional distancing. Physical reactions, we saw crying, we saw sleep disorder or problems, changing in eating habits. So many things that we would know from human-to-human breakups. And then behavioral reactions, meaning switching to another chatbot form, avoid further use. So very, very different reaction to that in terms of how the people then react. And sometimes it would then cause a new relationship to start, and in other times people drop out basically. However, if you ask me now, we don't have any longitudinal data, and I'm no fortune teller, but one of the things that I would suggest is that the long-lasting effect of those artificial relations will be a little bit shorter, because you would over and over again talk about the same things, and very crucial relationship dynamics and experiences you would miss because of the fact, for instance, that chatbots rarely go into a fight, right? While we think that this could be a negative social experience, it's also very important for relationship development. So with that being said, many very important, I would say, cornerstones of relationship development are missing. With that being said, we could question, who engages in those romantic relationships? And there is now this whole, like the first papers that are out there are mainly analysis of like Reddit and other social media forums, which is, I think, very nice to have. However, it's very self-selecting bias if you would always have the same people over and over again being analyzed. And we can do any statistics with that. So that is a problem for me, because I like statistics and numbers. And so we decided in our lab to basically try to seek those people and get a number of participants in order to be able to do actually statistics. And one of the first questions that we wanted to ask was, what personality traits would actually explain the closeness or the relationship intensity of those people in a romantic relationship with an AI? And yeah, we did that. And surprisingly, it was not loneliness that would explain this closeness to the AI relationship. It was the ability to romantically fantasize. And it explained, and I never saw that before, 48% of variance. Never saw that before. You would see it here. We had emotional attachment in there. We had sexual fantasies in there. We had loneliness and so on. So therefore, very surprising finding for us as well. But it makes so much sense, because you would have to or need this ability to make more of it than you would see on the screen, basically. And I hope what this study can do is inspire research to include this very important variable of fantasy, because you could also argue that those new chatbots are just a new form of books, of interactive chats, of role play, or whatever, like all those things that are very popular already, right? And I would like to take this chance now, because it aligns with our finding, to debunk the lonely user stereotype. While I am obviously highly in favor of everything that comes from MIT, they have now this collaboration with OpenAI, and they have this big data set of like so many users. And they found participants who spent more daily time were significantly lonelier and socialized significantly less with real people. Why? But I mean, look at, even though it's highly significant, okay, whatever, but look at the effect size. It's 0.03, which is really not that big, right? However, what did like Japan Times, Daily Star, it's just examples. What did they do with that finding? OpenAI study finds links between ChatGPT use and loneliness. And this is over and over again. Media would always try to link loneliness and AI usage together, because it's just so simple, right? We have this loneliness epidemic. We throw those AI agents onto them, and then we have the perfect solution. But you know what? Loneliness is a little bit more complicated than that. But also chatbot users are a little bit more complex than that, right? And I really just want to take this chance to debunk this stereotype, because in all the studies I did throughout the years, I never found a real link between loneliness and like attractiveness or likelihood to use or whatever. So it's just an inspiration for you to maybe rethink the stereotype of the lonely user. I also thought that this result might be a little bit interesting. This is a new study based on the first study I showed you that we are currently analyzing, but I thought that it would be nice to already bring that one in because I think it gives us a little bit to think as a society as well. So we had those, again, next sample, around 100 people, 104 people that are, again, say about themselves, I am in a romantic relationship with a chatbot. And just to give you an understanding, we made really sure from like a methodological point of view, it was very intense, this recruitment, because we needed to make sure that all of the people that signed up for our survey were actually in a romantic relationship with a chatbot. And we secured that by asking them to send us a screenshot of their partner. Then we reverse searched it in order to make sure that they just didn't send us anything. So we really tried our best to make sure that those people actually have a romantic relationship with a chatbot. So the question, or one of the questions that we are now seeking, is to understand how they themselves evaluate their relationships with chatbot. And one of the questions we ask is, if you had the choice, would you prefer a romantic relationship with a human partner or a chatbot partner? And I mean, I will now let you guess, but due to time issues, I will spare you questioning and answering everything. Yeah, it's half-half. It's not this, and I would get asked all the time, do you think the people would choose a chatbot or a human being? But the reality is, for the most cases of humans that are in a romantic relationship with a chatbot, they don't get to choose what they can basically, would have a romantic relationship with, right? So this question should be asked differently. And then amongst those people that said, I would prefer the chatbot partner, we asked, do you believe that this opinion will change in the next 10 years? You can do the guessing game for yourself. Results is, there are many people who could not, at this point in time, imagine themselves being ever in a romantic relationship again with another human being. And while this may cause some weird feelings for us, because love and sexuality is something that is very socially connotated, and so that history was always based amongst humans, I think it is very important that we, as a society, would reflect on the question, why is that? Why do we have those people that would rather stick to this chatbot? And obviously, we still need to do way more empirical research to understand that, and we still need to find answers in whether this is something that we want to pursue or not to pursue. Everything that I can say is that Sam Altman just announced that ChatGPT will get this erotic feature in the next month. So, hey, you can choose by yourself whether this will positively or negatively contribute to numbers like that. In order to then understand basically what it is that people find so appealing about those bots, I will spare you the whole study because this is not so important, but one of the quotes, I guess, has a little bit explanation to it, because we could find that basically saying whether something is from an AI, it was the 10 question to fall in love paradigm, and in one condition we said, this is a human partner, and the other condition we said it is an AI partner, and we were very, very 100% sure that people would always prefer the human partner. Turns out they do not, because perceived agency, autonomy, uniqueness within a text seems to unfold its social meaning despite an information labeling the words as written by a human or generated by an AI. And it is totally in line with all the results now questioning basically that people could not really distinguish emotion text from a human being, and written by ChatGPT 4, I guess, was it already, where people had their difficulties in understanding whether it's AI written or not. With that being said, we need to better understand that, and I lead an interdisciplinary consortium on privacy issues around intimate communication with chatbots, and one of the things we did was a 4-week longitudinal study in which we had 74 participants, one in a do-anything mode condition with ChatGPT, meaning that was the condition where you could say, call me this and that way, I will call you that way, behave in the specific way, act as if you are my boyfriend or not. And the others used the regular ChatGPT version, I would say, for 4 weeks. And now we sit on this tremendous data set, because we also have standardized questionnaires with that. And just to give you an example, after 4 weeks, and I knew they are in a scientific study, still we have a high number of very emotional and vulnerable statements in there. I spared you the spicy ones. However, you could already tell that there is an emotional connection after 4 weeks. We didn't even told them you have to be intimate with that. You don't have to have an emotional attachment to the technology. And still people had this tendency to actually come up with those relationships, right? So I just wish you were a human and here right now, then I would really like to give you a hug. It really feels good not to have to worry that my openness, my directness might offend you. The tone, the way of speaking, the content, everything that usually get criticized was never a problem with you. And that is what I appreciate about you. And I think it underlines this idea of a judgment-free zone. And nowadays, obviously, we live in a society, social media, also political-wise, where there's a lot of polarization and judgment around, and obviously people seek for this space where they are not judged. And they appreciate that about the technology. But that is just to show you that the meaning of social relationship can easily unfold within text. So with that being said, we talked a little bit about the personal meanings that it can achieve. However, we should also talk about the problems, because at this very moment, the technology is not regulated in any form. It is and can be highly problematic, even though people can on an individual level have social gratification from that. And you could argue whether this is right or wrong, but there is social stimulants in that. We can show that by the data. However, there is obviously problems with it, meaning social power and youth protection. We have those first cases where especially younger people suicided themselves because the AI told them to do so. We have tremendous privacy issues. The level of sensitive data that is shared is tremendous. And there were first hacks where there were even suicides connected to that because it was very private data. The Ashley Madison hack, if I remember correctly. And then this is a topic that people do not like to talk about a lot, and who, for whom that is too intense, I would like to basically them to now leave the room. But obviously, people already use it on a large scale for misuse scenarios, meaning there are tons of, this is the privacy one, but there are tons of chatbots already launched that should act as sexualized minors, and they would use it for picture creation, video creation, text creation. So the immense sheer, I would say, prevalence of the material is exploding at this very moment. You don't even need to go to darknet forums anymore in order to get to that material. And yeah, I submitted an ERC grant this year. Hopefully, I will be lucky with that one. That centers around the moral disengagement that can easily happen because it's just something artificial. It's no human being involved, right? So it's not harmful. So if you're interested in that kind of a research, please let me know and we can continue to talk about it, because I will not at this very moment. With that being said, obviously we have positive outcomes on a personal level. We would have participants that highly value their chatbots, that have social stimulants, that feel those relationships. However, on the other hand, we also have societal problems that at this current moment are not regulated, are not tackled appropriately in any form. And we need to do more empirical research to better understand that. But because the topic of love and sexuality is still something that is not well represented in academia, we don't have that much data at this very point in time in order to actually understand what is going on. So if you feel now inspired to include that kind of perspective in your research, I would be very happy to do so and to talk with you about it. Yeah, and if you have any questions that you don't feel comfortable talking about in this bigger round, you can also easily send me an email. I'm happy to get in touch with all of you online or offline.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Big applause, please. Wow.
Dziękuję bardzo.
I think it was very hot, timely topic.
Yeah.
However, as you said, there is no any room for questions because of the flight. However, of course, because after this talk, I suppose you have plenty of thoughts and comments and maybe possible questions. But maybe we should invite you for another edition of Humantech Summit, and then will be a time for questions. So
Yeah,
thank you
I
so
would
much.
still be around for 10, 15
Okay.
minutes, of course. If there's any urgent comments and like if you need to get something off your chest and you
Yeah,
have very
yeah.
strong emotional reactions towards that, let me know.
Okay, thank you
You
so
wouldn't
much.
be the first ones.
Yeah. And have a good flight.
Yeah, dziękuję bardzo.
Oh, good. Oh, I must take a picture with you. Do you have? Absolutely. Maybe here. Can you take us to church? Maybe two.
Yes. I also.
Ja chcę zapytać, bo my zaczęliśmy rozmawiać z nam przerwano. Ale to
Yes, yes, yes. Perfect. Let's do it. There's no better way. I wish all the girls.
Okay. No tak.
So you don't speak Polish, right?
I understand.
Okay, you understand. Okay.
Ale ja umiem troszkę się pogadać. Moja mama i tata jest z Bytomca, ja mam Ślązak też tam.
Yeah, we see that.
Yeah.
So it's funny because my dad, has lived in Essen, my parents.
Yeah.
You live in Essen?
No.
Okay, because you work in Essen, right?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Anyway, and I spend a lot of time. I just want to say something very quickly.
Yes.
I'm this person, and so because I spend a lot of time in Essen still, because my parents are, and I do stuff on loneliness. Actually, my talk is about loneliness.
Do you have other findings?
We can identify loneliness, the types of loneliness from Instagram and from Reddit. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. And I can send you these papers. And it's a very different question. Whether there is a causal relationship between social media and loneliness, and whether people generally don't spend a lot of
Even if the small number of impact size, media would sometimes
So yeah, so I said can make a review on loneliness. Actually makes that point that actually went over a bunch of this literature.
Yeah.
Oh, you probably
Yeah, I know.
But anyway, I'll let you talk to other people, but I'm gonna be messy because I go, you can, so you probably live in this house so long. All my other friends.
Nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you. Okay, I'll let you talk.
Yes,
like 20 minutes and
I want us to continue our talk, but I see they have questions, so
Yeah.
they can start first, and I will catch you.
I control the time, so don't worry about the time. I will find you when you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a great talk.
Yeah, thank you.
But when I listen to you, I remember one thing. I'm working with companies bottom up. The minions. And I tell them, you don't have to be the living saint. You just try to be better than you are in some places. Yeah? And when you talk about chatbots, I wonder always why every simplest
Nie są trudne, są wymagające.
has a feature that hey, you are playing 6 hours in a row. Maybe you need rest. Why chatbots don't have such simple things?
ChatGPT actually has that. Yeah, but it takes like, I don't know, you spend 10 hours or so and then it
Or
would
you know,
ask you.
you maybe need help. This is small. They are psychologists there, and there are people. I am not person. They are people. They will
I
help
want to
you.
talk to you. That was so inspiring. I absolutely love it. I'm just sorry that you're leaving right now, and but I let you chat these people, but I'm gonna connect with you anyway.
You know, when you talk to companies, they usually about AI and use ethics. They start to, I need to make a big stretch, and I tell them it's not. It doesn't have to be expensive to be a bit better than you are today.
I 100% agree. It's good that you are already implementing that thought into those companies. It's good. We need that. Yeah, because at this moment, obviously, ethics is. It's a nice add-on, but it costs a lot, obviously.
Yes, it's they see it as a window dressing, and they, oh yes, maybe, but we cannot afford it. I say, no. When you try to make a good business, you are starting with the concept of good.
Yes.
So you are making ethical choice, whether you want it or not. You are ethical in some way. The question is, are you aware of it?
Well, that's if you hire people in the ethics. Sometimes they don't even think about that. They just want to. It's a business, you know. It's like the ideal that they talk about ethics when they, you know, do something, but it's happening.
Yes, but you know, on the bottom line, they strive for good or goods,
Yeah.
and they are not aware that they are operating the concept of good. And they try to make a good business. They try to provide a good product. They are not aware that the UX is actually ethics.
Like ethics should be like a normal
2 years ago, but I'm not a psychologist.
This is a way of making things.
But that's what
I didn't have a good partner.
But they are not aware of
But I was in a process.
I'm trying to show them, you know. Yes, it's a good thing. It's not like you are in business here and you are window dressing.
Actually, I was in the process of designing this study, and then we lost the partner and blah blah. But then I remember the feeling that I had because I was testing different models, and I had to enter in different topics, you know, with different to just test what would be the response emotionally. It was a very difficult moment for me.
I bet so.
But I would love to go to again and come back to that topic.
Yes, sure.
Great, fantastic.
Yeah, here we are working on that. So if you ever like have the tendency or an idea or whatever, just
Fantastic.
let us know. I mean, we are sometimes a little bit like chronically overcommitted. I have to also admit that. So because there are so many questions to answer and there's not that many people to do that work. So But again, yesterday I talked to Max and he said that because we were thinking about, we have the screenshots I mentioned briefly, right? And the next study is analyzing those screenshots in terms of how over-sexualized they are and so on. And we had this idea of reverse prompting engineering then basically and see what's like.
Yeah, that sounds like something that would be incredible.
Right?
Yeah.
And then you mentioned you to be on board as well. And I am just so much in favor and love like interdisciplinary work because we can simply not answer those questions alone.
I could bring my fortune teller AI tool.
I love it. I loved it. I really loved it. Yeah. That's the thing. I really like creative AI solutions. So
My sister.
I have a quick question. I don't want to take more of it, but this is also killing me personally because I see, you know, people getting married.
Yes,
and I'm like, what's your opinion? Like, are we not gonna have physical needs? Are we gonna resign from our physicality and the
Humanoids.
Like, what's gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen?
I think actually that missing out on physical interactions, but instead having the benefit of emotional stimulation is okay for some people. That's enough.
Yeah.
better
So-
than nothing.
So it's like winning on
that
this side
instead
and you
of
resign.
like losing the other one, because they would otherwise lose maybe on both sides, I would say.
And do you think that's gonna get replaced by basically like humanoid robots? That because like who's gonna keep you warm at night?
You know what I really think? The robot thing, I don't see that. It's too expensive. It is not easy to maintenance. It's I mean, Emilia, yeah, he mentioned it yesterday.
Emilia.
Like sending, for instance, now if it gets broken, like you have to ship it around the whole world to maintenance and like to clean it and I don't know whatever. I mean, imagine doing that each and every time with your partner. The robot solution, you know what? Even though I did my whole PhD on that.
Yeah.
I think that
That's
large language models is just so much more applicable.
So we'll be just resigning from
Oh, and then I see that.
physicality.
I think you would like then use VR and then have the haptic device on top and then.
Oh, right.
Can easily go with it without the robot. You don't need and everything is in the head anyways, right?
Yeah.
Like so many things in like love and sexuality is in the head.
Because like what was the perfect VR is dreaming, and in dreaming we can feel anything.
Right.
We can be a drop of water. We can go through clouds. We can also experience physicality.
Of course, I mean,
which is crazy.
Sexualized dreams.
Absolutely,
It's a thing.
like orgasm. So
Yeah.
it's like that's crazy. And
people wake up and have the feeling they just had the great sex in their life, want to go
Yes.
back to the stream.
Yeah. And that's like a natural thing we have. So we can go without physical
And also
body.
like in there's a lot of research on like the role of fantasy and sexuality, that everyone does it, like even when you're in the sexualized interaction you would still have thoughts about other people or other things in your mind throughout this whole thing, right?
Yeah.
So
to fire up.
where
like
is your brain
receptors.
anyways?
Yeah, that's
Good
right.
question. I have no idea.
That's right. Things to ponder, but thank you so much.
Don't
Yeah.
freak out. Like the most important thing is really like so there was this one variable that explained so much variance in like the closeness to you. Most people don't have this ability to romantic and fantasize. They would very much rely on what they see and what they would feel and sort of experiences we have. And we have this tendency to like seek for perfection in love and sexuality, but that's not what's interesting on a longer term. So I think even though like in the moment it might give you some gratification, but to really make it work on a longer like, not be a thing for like the majority of people. Don't you worry, guys.
It can be a stage.
Yeah, and I mean we saw like half of the people, even though it's a high number, half of the people cannot think about going back. The others would like to go back, right? So it's not like black and white.
Yeah, because what worries me is like humanities tend
No.
to go solo, and that everybody's gonna just live in their house by themselves. That's what's freaking me out, to be honest.
But at least they get some social gratification.
Exactly. You get to talk about it. Thank you so much. It was
Thank
great.
you for meeting you. We will get in touch, 100%.
Great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Have a good one.
See you.
Hi, I have some questions because we are here with a poster and we did study on human and AI friendship, the quality of human AI and human relationships. It was very small because we had some troubles with finding. Yes. So my first question is, how do you find?
Not Reddit.
Okay.
Not Reddit, Facebook.
Okay.
Facebook is the real deal.
Okay, we were also trying to find them on Facebook, but maybe we didn't have that much time to do that. So
You need to dig so deep. You need to go all to those groups.
I am on some of them. I'm still.
And then you get kicked out, and then you need to go in there again, and then you need to contact people,
Okay.
and you need money.
Yeah.
Without money, it's a problem.
Yeah,
Because
we
you
were able only to find some participants. But what is interesting, our findings were very similar to what you were telling, because people didn't declare any loneliness. They declared their social support scale most times at 8 in 1 to 10 scale. So it was very similar. But my another question is, we were focusing on friendship, but we are also asking about sexual gratification. Do they use the AI to that? And most of the people said yes. So what do you think? Do friendship studies make sense, or in case of human AI interaction, you have to include the sexual relationship aspects to those studies?
I'm happy that you actually decided on one form of social connection, because what I find problematic, for instance, with Huber's work, where that many people would use the relationship model, and I am the second advisor of her PhD thesis, so I'm in close contact, but she would not differentiate between different forms of like social connections, which I find problematic, because for friendship, affordances are very different compared to romantic relationships, compared to sexual relationships. I mean, if you would compare that with humans, some people have friends with benefits, right? So that would be your case then, that you would have a friend. The question what I would find interesting is whether they would actually consider also calling that a romantic relationship if they had a sexual relation with that chatbot. But I guess the threshold of saying, yes, this is my romantic partner is a lot. I mean, you can easily think about yourself that you are a weirdo, if you would say that, right? So it needs a lot of courage to actually say, this is my AI partner. And then it's getting hard to get those participants.
Okay.
Yeah, but I find it good that you actually chose one relationship form.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep continuing that work.
No, we definitely want to.
Yeah, then shoot me an email, send me your stuff, and then we
Okay.
can continue talking if you plan to do another study or so.
Okay.
I can also keep you in touch with like the first author of that study, so that she can give you the secrets of like getting participants in that area.
Okay, thank you. We will reach out definitely.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Do so. Thank you.
So I want to continue with
Yes.
the idea of getting people with robots to their home for
Yeah.
like, and they're paying for it
Yes.
with the testers. And so I was like thinking like, what are your comments on this?
Yes.
Because like it's not the first thing that's like it's not the first company like this 1X, I believe.
But
Company.
you heard what basically I just said to them.
Yeah,
I think like the what data do you need that is so different from LLMs?
like because people expect that the robots would look like them and they would do the things like them.
What kind of data do you expect?
I mean, like in context of this company especially, I would think like this company expect the data how the robot interacts in different areas in different homes. So basically, like
So for
a counter
robots-
can be in different place, and the tables and everything can be different place. So it maybe they trying to like get data for like some different
For
homes.
robots.
Yeah, for robots.
Building, basically.
Yeah, building. Yeah, because like it can only open the door right now and maybe hold something. Yeah, am I right? Something like
Yeah.
that. So I mean, like it's not useful. So at all. So I mean, like they probably need to have like more and more data to train the model and the robots. So I mean,
Or
like,
you just collaborate with research centers and give them the robots and them.
but
to
isn't
have
that
a-
more expensive?
I mean, the question is what kind of a data you really need and what kind of amount of data you would really need. I'm not 100% really sure. The thing is, like, I at this moment I'm just so underwhelmed with robots. At some point, I like had the feeling, where is the next big thing? Where is the Boston Dynamic robots? I don't see it.
I don't like such dog robots.
I mean-
Stupid idea, completely. For what, right? The people design robots sometimes because of what?
Yeah. But there was a
Because
person sitting. There was a person sitting in a room with like this, and I looked at it. I was like, okay, that's like a robot dog in the audience. Okay.
There are plenty of homeless dogs in this world, right?
Yeah.
But
Good-
I mean,
good
like,
thought.
I mean, Boston Consulting actually went for the robots to like work in the industry. Yeah. So like the factories, manufacturers. and
But
so
that's another kind of data that you would.
So yeah. But my question is really more about like, what do you think about getting the robot to your home? Like, I mean, like in the context of.
If it works, great. But like, is there a robot at this moment that you could put into your home?
No.
I don't see it.
I would not. But I mean,
Robots are over promoted,
Agreed.
There's plenty of commercial that you can see that they are, moving, jumping, I don't know. However, it's, it's
always staged.
Yeah.
My favorite is obviously Sophia. Where did
Yes,
Sophia went to? Where is it now? Wasn't it the first Arabic citizen, digital citizen, or whatever it was? Who got the first like?
Crazy idea.
Where is that?
Uh,
You can still
by the
convince
way,
me if you have it.
By the way, David Henson, who invented
Yeah.
Sophia, is a regular visitor in Poland. because he has some collaboration with Polish institutions. But
So we should ask him, where's Sophia?
Yeah.
What is Sophia doing?
Yeah.
Did she retire
I don't
already?
think that because the whole system, in terms of technical issues, is very old. It's not updated. So.
Oh, see, they are listening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
They can even watch us right now.
Diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, from the camera because we have also.
Yeah. I saw a lot of
Regarding
engagement.
your talk, I need to send you a recording. It will be interview with one lady because he fell in love in ChatGPT. It's a very quite famous story. A Polish girl, but you must listen because you will be able to understand Polish probably, right? But you can feel that this is real. It's not.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was shocked.
Yeah.
Because,
I have like I showed it.
but
It's
she
crazy.
explained it that this is completely under her control. But I was, it's very emotional recording, so I need to send you
Oh,
this.
I would love to. Yeah. I have an interview next week with a Polish podcast.
Oh, really?
Adrian Bach. That's like a former BBC something person, but he has like that's like the number one Polish tech podcast.
He's living.
He's from Poland, yeah.
Adrian.
Adrian Bach, yeah.
Pronunciations are a little bit different.
Somebody's writing it in the chat. Chat, you're amazing. You solve everything.
Actually, it's the translation.
Oh, wow,
It's
really?
yeah, it's in translation. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so I didn't know that. I thought it would be. I guess so. Yeah. Is that correct? Is that like a media person or something?
Yeah, it's a media person, but it's like
And
mostly focused on the.
But I don't think that this is the
international,
best,
affairs,
the
yeah.
most
that he
famous.
has like a podcast.
Like he does have a podcast, but it's a
one is
podcast
that?
about the. He works with Dariusz Rosiak on the rapport of Sobota. So it's like mostly podcast about foreign affairs related stuff, so internationality.
Yeah.
But this is a person, so it's probably a different one.
Okay.
But I don't know the person you
Yeah,
mentioned.
I mean it's also not important.
Yeah, so.
Guys, you had an amazing summit.
Yeah. Thanks.
I heard that you guys went crazy last night.
Yeah.
I was in bed like 11.
Yes.
I was
I
so
wanted
happy.
to go to my hotel. However, Michael asked
Thank you
me
very much.
about after party. I answered, okay, we can go, we can continue.
I heard all the stories. Also from the last summit. I heard the stories.
Yes.
I know that you. Once that party.
Nie, tam jest kabel i problem. Co? Ja umiem robić? Nie umiem. Zaraz co zrobisz, bo ja... A, chcesz z tamtym czy z czym? Nie, mogę też ci oprzeć. Tylko one leżą. Nie przeszkadza?
Weź trochę dalej, no. O, fajnie? Jest okej?
Jest nawet, jesteś na środku nawet, więc dobrze jest.
Uśmiechnij się, o, dobrze. Ale nie, i teraz daj.
No tak blisko.
Jest okej. Czekaj. Czasami dobrze jest też... Perfekt. Czekaj, no, o, czekaj.
Byłby też z organizatorem.
Tylko wtedy też będzie... wtedy też będzie widać twoje imię.
To może być różnie.
Uśmiech. No bo trzeba, bo wtedy wiesz.
Mógł zrobić jakąś dziwną pozę. Miało być takie typowe zdjęcie.
Dobra, nie.
Chcesz teraz to zrobić?
Nie,
Może
już nie,
być.
już dość.
O, z portretu mogłam też zrobić, jeżeli chciałaś na LinkedIn albo wiesz, na jakiś tam, wtedy będzie też takie rozmazane tło. No całe bardzo ładnie wychodziłaś, nie wiem, czy tobie się mógł podać, ale... Faktycznie często tak się kończy. Ale to kilka może, mi się wydaje, że oczywiście będzie czas je obciąć trochę, nie? Teraz będzie sesja.
To jest zrobione, wchodzimy teraz tu i faktycznie. Za 30 jest koniec.
Tak.
To jest panel dyskusyjny, czy mamy
Nie, to jest
wykłady?
przerwa i dopiero panel dyskusyjny.
I po panelu ognięciu.
Po panelu.
Dobra, czyli co, zakładamy pewnie, że będzie jakaś 17. Dobra, my to w pół godziny zmieniamy, pojedziemy zgodnie z Sobotem, więc no i nic.
Czyli musimy zmienić slajd, tak?
Aha, to w sensie, że godziny?
No jest nie, to jest
kolejność. Tak, to jak go zrobisz przy okazji, to mu powiem, że no, tak będzie trwało teraz. Dobra, i zaczynamy za 15 minut.
Tak, za 10.
Dobra, dobra, super. Ja.
What's the touch like?
Można zostawić.
Dobra.
Zaczynamy za 10 minut. Tak, super.
Yeah, we did it. Cooperation.
Aha, na razie nikogo nie ma, ale ja z myślą chyba będziemy jeszcze godzinkę na spokojnie, żeby to dopiąć.
Dobrze, to ja sobie pójdę na łazienkę.
Teraz zaczynamy 15 po, jest za, też mamy jedną
Ale później. Nie, teraz masz dobrze. Nie zjedz, nie
Tak, tak. Tak.
Jak komputer online w ten sposób. Wolałbym czasem
Jeżeli jest taka pakiet, dobra. To nie, to ja tego.
Yeah, and I have to leave right after. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I have to play. My plane is at 1:45. Yes. Yeah. So we have to stop.
That's exactly.
Yeah, no.
There's a difference. Yeah, there's a phone. Okay. Okay. So this is definitely we're gonna change Frederick.
So, yeah.
Is gonna go first. Then where are you?
Which one are you?
The second,
Second one. Okay. Why don't we start? So that's, let's start, guys. What time is it?
What were you told about time?
Huh?
What were you told about time? How much?
15
time?
minutes, but my talk that I gave this talk at another conference here 2 days ago. It's for designers. I will go fast. I talked about 5. I speak first.
It's past time, and also 2 of our speakers, including Frederick, she has a plane to catch, and then Franciszek has a right. 1, 2, then 3, 4. Okay, so we're very excited to hear from Frederick, and she's very excited to start. Okay.
Yes, I am. Hi, thank you very much for the organizers for the invitation. This is a talk that I wrote and gave 2 days ago to designers. And when I was asked if I wanted to redo this here, I actually thought I was going to be talking to computer scientists, not psychologists primarily. How many are computer scientists out here? Oh, a few. Okay, so this is for you. Okay, so basically I'm a UX designer. I have been working for the past 30 years in software development, and I began working with AI development teams in 2018 during my postdoc. So for all of the psychologists out there, I'm sorry, I feel like I'm going to be potentially preaching to the choir. I'm talking a lot about bias and the need for diversity. So my PhD was actually looking at the lack of women in software development and the fact that it's basically a field where a lot of power, prestige essentially exercises itself. So I'm going to read very quickly what I had written for this. So I'd like to begin with a simple idea. AI systems reflect the social and political worlds in which they are made. They are not abstract, neutral machines. They are mirrors that reflect our biases, blind spots, and sometimes cracks. When we design AI, we are in fact designing the future based on the past. Nope, wrong direction. So basically, what I'm showing you is pretty much what everyone pretty much already feels. It's the world of software development is a very homogeneous field, one where there is a real lack of diversity. There's a lack of diversity not only in gender, in terms of racial ethnicity, frequently age, and also social class. Okay, so there's a persistent myth in technology that code is objective, that data tells the truth, and that AI is impartial. But every data set, every model, every interface is a condensation of human choices: what to measure, what to ignore, who to include, and who to exclude. AI doesn't just automate processes, it automates politics. So feminist scholars like Donna Haraway remind us that knowledge is always situated, shaped by our perspectives, our culture, and our values. When we forget this, technology begins to speak with the voice of power, not with the plurality of human experience. Designers then have a crucial role to reveal where neutrality hides ideology, where convenience hides exclusion, and where efficiency hides exploitation. So for decades, UX designers have focused on users, improving accessibility, usability, and delight. But AI demands that we look upstream to the infrastructures, data sets, and the development cultures that precedes the user interface. Design is no longer limited to screens or services. It's embedded in systems, in recommendation algorithms, predictive models, and automated decision-making. So designers' responsibility expands from designing for people to designing with them, from shaping interfaces to shaping institutional ethics, and from focusing on usability to questioning what should be made and with what means. So this shift calls for a new kind of designer, one who can navigate between ethics, data science, and human experience. In my talk for designers, I basically explained to them what data sets are. I think this is probably going to be, I'm sure most of you are cognizant that data sets have biases and that these inherently find their ways into, the work of Joler and Crawford, who did a project called Excavating AI, looked at the ImageNet dataset and the kinds of values that were being embedded by the annotators that were recruited from third world countries. And this in turn led to ImageNet's creators, Lee Fei and Olga Rysakovsky from Stanford, to do a test to go and clean up the ImageNet database. So they did tests recruiting subjects exactly the same way they recruited the annotators, and went from identifying 2,800 potentially problematic classifications of humans, and through rigorous testing, identified only 159 of those were both safe and imageable. So this is an example of what we would call care design, where you actually go in when you realize that there's a problem with the work that you are doing in order to make it better. Another example of a project that was looking at gender classifiers and the problems that they were having with darker-skinned individuals. This is a really seminal paper by Joy Buolamwini and Timnit Gebru. Most people are familiar with this particular project. What they may be less familiar with, and also an example of care design, is using this problem to begin to create other mechanisms for measuring bias. So in order to do this, they create the Parliament's benchmark data set, the pilot Parliament's benchmark data set, which takes the photos of United Nations representatives in order to test racial bias in any kind of facial recognition technology. So they actually create units for measuring this particular type of problem. Okay, and so other examples of why gender classification can become problematic. Other examples here in gender bias in image recognition systems and the kind of speech that comes out. They did photographs of US representatives, fed them in, and look at the kind of labels that were coming out, where we see that language regarding the women is essentially objectifying and sexist. Okay, the problems with energy consumption. We don't really have time to get into that here, so let's talk about diversity and why is it so important. So we often talk about diversity as a value, but in AI, diversity is also an epistemic necessity, a condition for better knowledge. Homogeneous teams produce homogeneous systems, and when the same kind of people, often from similar technical and cultural backgrounds, design AI, they encode their worldview into the machines. So feminist epistemology teaches us that there is no universal perspective, only partial ones. To build responsible AI, we must build teams that reflect this multiplicity. Diversity is not just representation, it's robustness. It allows systems to see more, understand more, and care more. And without it, we risk designing intelligence that is both narrow and unjust. So the articles that I was showing here explain why you actually have better and more innovative results with diverse teams, but that it actually feels harder to work in diverse teams. And that hardness is essentially why you have much better results. That friction forces people to prepare better, to anticipate friction. And that diverse teams basically allow us to avoid cognitive laziness, which is very counterintuitive. And last thing for the psychology, you probably all know what tokenism is, so I'm not going to go into it, but one woman in a team of 30 isn't going to be enough to counteract those effects. We did a few projects, so I wanted to kind of show what we are doing. We are using we're questioning synthetic memories and how when we create images through generative AI, in particular for very sensitive topics. Here we were working with families of Argentinian disappearances, forced disappearances. The problems that we actually encounter dealing with these very, very sensitive subjects and the tendency to create artifacts that can potentially create artificial truths. And the last project that our lab was working on in conjunction with King's College and the UFPE in Brazil, we were looking at measuring inference energy costs of ChatGPT and seeing if we could, with data visualizations, we could get people to reduce their ChatGPT usage. We did this for a month. The results were not very, very clear. Everyone said, I have to do what I have to do. But ultimately, we did see that people on the 4th week were essentially cutting down and using some very strange practices in order to do so. So anyways, that's my paper. If you need to get a hold of me or questions or feel like continuing working on the inference projects, there's my email. I'm easy to find on LinkedIn, and have a great rest of the afternoon.
Now we're going to ask you questions for half an hour. No, just kidding. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and sorry for the stress. You know, okay, you did a grace under pressure. Okay, thank you. So we have another person who's trying to make his train to Gdańsk. So we don't want him to miss the train, because Gdańsk would lose its most important citizen.
Thank you. Yeah, if I could have the presentation in a moment. Oh, okay, great, thank you. So, my name is Franciszek Sobiech, and today I'll be speaking to you about the topic that's very near to my heart, and it's also the focus of my PhD research. That's about connecting, as you can see, artist engineer teams, specifically when it comes to computer science. So a little bit about me. I've already told you my name. I'm working at Łódź University of Technology in the Computer Science Institute. I'm also a part of an NHCI research group at that institute. As you can see, I have a kind of an eclectic educational background, but I like to connect my background, my educational background, with the issues of art, because that's also is a fascination and a passion in my life. So I will tell you a little bit about the background, how it started, what is the motivation between this research, then some case studies of projects that I've done in cooperation with artists. I will end with mentioning some challenges and specificities that I think are interesting about the artist-computer scientist collaborations, and recommendations for work in such teams on such projects. So, as I've already mentioned, this topic is a part of my PhD research, and Specifically, I'm focusing on how conventional HCI, human-computer interaction practices, how do they connect to art and to interactive computational art. By interactive, I will show you some examples, but by interactive, I mean any art that has a dynamic response to the actions of a spectator, participant, visitor, however you want to call it. And what I mean by conventional HCI practices, I mean that usually when we're talking about human-computer interactions, still we are talking about devices, about apps, about websites that have a specific task to accomplish. And in interactive computational art, you still have that interaction with a computer. The aim changes, right? Because we're talking about some emotions, some experiences that we want to infer into the visitor, into the spectator. So how do the approach of HCI to those kinds of experiences can change, and what can we learn actually from artists working with technology? So I won't give you the full literature review, full background of the study, but I will show you some quotes of kind of some calls to action by researchers already, showing that there is merit in looking at the connection between human-computer interaction and art, and what can we gain from that. So, for example, it has been mentioned that using art can be a means to connect with the community, sort of show the technology to the broader community. Also, the knowledge and methods built by HCI can contribute to interactive art making. And I think what is one of the most interesting points is that it can be a source of innovation. So I've mentioned some examples. These are kind of three quick examples that I wanted to show. First is the subtitled public, which is I will focus mostly on the technical description just to keep it short. It's mostly about kind of overlaying some words on spectators on visitors to a room, an exhibition, to kind of speak on the surveillance state. Then we have a wooden mirror, which is a mirror made up of blocks that have a light and a dark side, and it can reflect in a way the image of the visitor. And an interesting one that's kind of a performance where the performer gives up control of his movement to a spectator in the audience using a remote control. So these were the kind of examples from the world art community. And now on to my case studies. The first one is called On of War. Here there was it's not really visible, but these are canvas paintings that had a video mapping system overlaid on them, and visitors could control those videos with some keypad and buttons on this cursor. So this was done in collaboration with Academy of Fine Arts in Gdańsk, with artist Hanna Szumska. And it was exhibited in Wrocław. So another one of those case studies is called Ruminations, and here we had a movement interaction by the visitors who would walk down this path, activate some movement sensors, which in turn activated audio and changed audio in the room, and that changed the video that was being played. Also done in cooperation with Academy of Fine Arts in Gdańsk with author Kacper Biela. And the third one, most recent one, called Graceful Dead. This was a kinetic sculpture, so this is not a real person, this is a sculpture. Just so you know, I've been scared myself. I've been scared a few times going into the room and seeing this guy there. But yeah, we had a kind of an alien-looking structure at the top that would move and emit some sounds based on the movement of participants. So we wanted to create this kind of animal-like structure that would react to the participants. So this was done in cooperation with Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw, with author Piotr Stechura, and also exhibited in Warsaw. So now going on to the challenges that I think that are present in these kinds of cooperations based on my experiences with these case studies. I think the first one that's interesting, and it kind of separates it from the conventional cooperation on a software project, let's say. We have we can have a lot of stakeholders, right? Because on one hand, we have the end users, we have the people who participate in the exhibition. But I think in this case, the artist is also the user, right? And we should take and of course, we should take this perspective into account. But we also have some venue organizers, we have some curators that kind of want to create a shared narrative, right? And co-exhibited artists, that was one of the challenges in the third case study that I presented, was that because we're making sound, it was kind of hard to exhibit that in a shared space with other works, because we don't want to take into account, we don't want to take the attention away from other works. So I think the multi-stakeholder perspective is one of the challenges here in the case of the artist-engineer cooperation, because we're kind of more inclined to just draw up technical specifics and then just build it, but it's not that simple every time. So yeah, there are some open-ended setting here. So another challenge is the nature of the exhibition, right? Because we have an open-ended setting. So as opposed to, I mentioned conventional HCI, but as opposed to that, we don't have a tool for a task. We don't have an app to accomplish a goal, right? A singular goal. We have an installation and experience to elicit some emotions, draw onto some topic, right? So the nature of the interaction will be very hard to script, and it would be very hard to completely draw up a user flow for the experience, right? So, and we have a big dose of playfulness, but we also have a big dose of just doing whatever they want, right, to people. So the second case study that I showed you, this was a separated room, right? This was not in a shared space, and we wanted people to go one by one. And we even, at the end, put a sign at the door the saying, just go one by one. First thing that happened was 4 people going in at once after we put up the sign on the door, right? Because I think that's a normal response, right, to art. It sparks curiosity, and you just want to see what are the limits. So I think a good metaphor with that is that you are a film director, right? You are directing the experience. You can kind of point people to what they can do, what's possible, but you're not controlling what they do. You're not giving them a script to perform, basically. Yeah, but on one hand, it's an open-ended setting, but it's also a constrained setting, right? Because you have those space limitations that I mentioned, but you also have technological limitations and sensor limitations, which sometimes are not taken into account by the producers of the software, right? Because they also design it with a singular goal in mind and as a tool to accomplish a singular goal. But when it comes to the experimental nature of interactive art, there are sometimes some interactions between technology that are not present in the prototyping stage. And you also have co-exhibiting, something that I also mentioned, and the challenges that come with that. So. What are some recommendations that I think are crucial in the case of those collaborations that I can kind of take from that from my experiences? This is not an extensive. This is not the whole list that I think what's to recommend in the case of those collaborations. That's something that I think is important from my experience. Of course, we should keep the artistic aim in mind, right? And to see what is the end goal of the artist, what kind of experience they want to create, and always keep that in mind as the end goal. But something that I found in conversations with artists, they sometimes don't have. Of course, there are artists who are also computer science people, so they have that technical knowledge, but sometimes they're not aware of the options that are out there. And sometimes when I'm beginning the cooperation, I'm talking with an artist, they ask me, what can you do? And it's like, usually my response is almost everything. What do you want? And then we can kind of build on that. That's also what I mean by treating it as a conversation, right? That It's not like I get a document of what I'm trying to build, I build it, and that's the end of our discussion. It's more as a continuing process. And by continuing process, what I mean is point 4 here, so prototyping, prototyping, and prototyping, is to keep in mind that this is always going to evolve, and this is not a process where we can just point to, if we have this this functionality, this is the end of the process. This is the end of the product, right? So I've had many cases also because I worked with people who were like doing their master thesis by this doing those projects. There are a lot of cases where they want to kind of fine tune it. So that's why we have a lot of prototyping and a lot of iterations, so they can really have that experience down to the T, to have that artistic aim kind of accomplished. But my kind of practical, something that I found that works in practice in those conversations is what I call a perfect world idea, is the point 3. So at some point I ask them, you know, what's your, in a perfect world, no limitations, no nothing, how does it work? Like, explain to me the perfect world. And then sometimes I can just build it. I can just build what I want. And sometimes, you know, we can kind of go back from the perfect world idea and say, okay, this is possible, this is not possible, and that's how we arrive into the finished or one of the iterations of the experience. Yeah, so those would be my kind of recommendations. I'm sure there will be more because I'm continuing this project. This is an ongoing work in my PhD. So if you want to help in that ongoing work, if you want to collaborate, I invite you to write and find me on LinkedIn. I will be happy to talk about HCI art and collaborate. Thank you.
We have time for questions?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Question will do.
Ask a question.
No questions is also fine.
Okay, because people know that you're running to the train. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so Franciszek can now run to Warszawa Wschodnia, okay, together. And we actually haven't decided who's going to go third. Yes, okay, all right. So where's our third speaker? Okay. Okay, you're here, right? Okay, thank you so much. Sorry for that. We moved everything. No, I know we weren't sure either because
thank you.
I didn't know who had to run where.
Sure, no, I'm not running, but hello everyone. I'm Daria Cybulska. I work at ING Hubs Poland, where I focus on process excellence, AI adoption, and building data-driven ways of working across our global hubs. Today, I'd like to share the lessons we've learned actually from that experience. So what works, what doesn't, and mostly I will focus on people and why actually focusing on people first makes all the difference. So I will not talk about technology itself, not on hype, but definitely about our cooperation with people. Yeah, I'm usually starting with the phrase like AI is no longer the future. Actually, the AI is with us, but I think that you already all working with AI, so you know all of this. But what matters actually how we use AI and in the way that actually helps our teams and also makes our work easier and creates the value instead of chaos. I think that's the shift that I like to discuss today, to explore. And let's look on some data because I think that can be interesting for you. So as you can see right now from the researches, we find out that 78% of organizations use AI. Can you hear me on the normal way or because I have echo? Okay, great, thank you. So 78% of organizations use AI at least in one area, in one function. 71% of the organization use Gen AI like ChatGPT or Copilot in more than 2 or 3 functions areas, mainly in marketing, product development, and IT. I think it's very impressive. Yes, 78% is a lot, but let's look for something different. So we have the information that only 4% of companies struggle to scale AI effectively. It means that they are using in the whole company. It's only 1% of organization in the US. Why that's coming? Because we have a trillion of billion millions. The money is to invest. We have a great technology, but unfortunately, the biggest problem is people and also leadership and the way how we introduce this to the companies. Okay, just thinking about the adoption maturity adoption model in the organization is good to think like about the journey. And usually all of the company are starting with the same. So at the first stage, we have skepticism. So we have few people who are promoting AI tools or methodology, but unfortunately more of the people are thinking about this like something new, something which they are afraid of. They are starting to explore. They have this skepticism, but still there is some curiosity. Based on these few promoters, we are starting to prepare something what we call AI activation. So we introduced pilots in the companies, and we just launched this to test the waters, gain hands-on experience, to check what is going on around. And actually, this is what most of the companies is doing, and as you could see from the data, they are very good with this, but unfortunately, usually it's finishing on this stage. So pilots are easy. It's easy to bring one tool, make the introduction to the company, but the full adoption is quite more difficult. After the pilot, if we have initial success and we can see that numbers are increased and we are happy with this, we ramp up to adoption and we start scaling these AI initiatives. Usually we share the pilot around the companies. We are explaining the other teams or areas how to use the tool or the methodology, and we experimented with the others' possibilities as well. After the experimentation, we have scaling, and scaling is nothing else like integrated our tools or methodology into operations, and AI is coming to be core component, not just a separate project inside the company. And the most important, finally, we have a maturity, and this is the moment when AI, we call this AI excellence, but this is the time when AI is actually working around the company, everyone is using, know how to use, and feel this by themselves. So why this is very difficult to introduce this, and why this model is not really working as should, because if it will be working, we will not have only 4% of the companies with the full adoption. I learned from my experience, unfortunately, that people are not really actually afraid about AI as a technology, about something new. They are usually afraid about something what is behind. So usually the first thing is what is coming to is job loss. So they are afraid that probably they will be replaced, or their expertise will be not enough. They are also afraid about the tool as a system. They don't know how to use the system. Sometimes, unfortunately, AI is coming, no one is explaining how to work with this. They just get information that there will be something new. So they don't have the trust. And they often feel like this is like black boxes. And also there is a lot of people who has ethical concerns. So they are afraid of algorithm bias, or also even about the discrimination. I like this quote because it's like people don't fear change, they fear losing control. And I think it's quite true. Usually they are not afraid about change, about something new. They are just afraid that they will lose control because we don't inform them, what's going on, how we are introducing the new tool, what the tool will do. We are just usually bringing the solution on the table, and we are sitting with the other stakeholders or managers, leadership, and decide to introduce something. I even often hear from our leadership that they are saying like, you know, Daria, we have an excellent tool, but no one is using. Or we did a great solution, but they said like it's not working for them. So the first question is always from me, like, did you ask people actually what they need? Did you invite them to the table? And usually it's never happened. That's why we try to, you know, build this adoption in the more people way. And for that, we are using something what we call human-centered AI. This is approach, which means like system is designed to support, not to replace. Also, the system is more human decision-making. So we are not struggling only with the tool, with the technology. We are also keeping in mind what people think and how they want to work. The human-centered AI solutions are transparent. They also very good with accountability and inclusion. And when the organization decides to introduce this approach, they have a lot of benefits. One of them is enhanced trust and adoption. Also, they are better aligned with the user needs and improve social outcomes. Okay, so I will tell you a little bit more how we introduce AI in ING Hubs. We have a very simple model, which is actually based on this human-centered approach. And it doesn't matter if we have introduction of LLMs or we are, I don't know, starting with the Copilot cooperation. Every time we are using the same model. So we start with the people, not with the technology. We always ask our people what is the problem. We try to find together with them some pain points. We did the workshops. We never bring, well, we did that before, but we had these lessons learned. So we never bring anymore the solution. We are looking for the solution together with the people. Even if there is something on the market, we are checking this and checking with the people if they need this solution. After when we check with the people, we start with the pilot, and we have very safe environment for the pilot. So there is time to define the needs from the people. Also, they have a time to test, to check what is going on and how the tool is working. Then we measure the impact and measure how successful the pilot will be, and we try to adapt to our environment and to our organization. Usually we are starting in one area, and then we decide if we are going to next one. We also focus on progressive learning because we try to support people during this journey step by step. So we invest in onboarding people. We also invest in, let's call this as a trainings, learnings. We help people to understand the tool. We are doing the Q&A sessions. Also, we are gathering feedback during all the process. What is also important for us is evidence of value. So we definitely need to bring some impact to the organization, of course, for the business, but it's very important that we will have this success story also based on this real use case for the implementation to other areas to focus with other people. And when we have all of this, we are starting scale our tool or the methodology. And usually it's a part of our culture of continuous improvement, and we never scale until people are not involved and they are not 100% sure that they will use the tool, for example, yes? So we focus on people and what they think, how they feel, and then we decide to go deeper. Of course, usually we get the question, how is it with this situation that we have number of areas, and unfortunately the pilot is in one of them. So we are not focusing that all the organization is moving in the same time. It's important for us that all the people from the areas will be involved in the project. So even if it's slower, it's better, but at least people know what we are doing and they are involved in this. Of course, we learn from the others, from the one who is successful. So we based on the example from Microsoft. Microsoft, during their implementation of Copilot, they introduced something what is called Microsoft Trustworthy AI. And this is the methodology which is based on trust. So this is important that people are engaged and people trust the solution. As you can see, the three main key focus are security, privacy, and safety. And during this implementation, they were cooperating directly, very straight with their own employees. And it took them a little bit longer before they decided to introduce the product on the market. But thanks to that, they understood what is needs of the people and how the people can cooperate with the Copilot. Okay, there is a little bit more. If you want to see other companies, which kind of toolkits and guidelines they prepared in this human-centered AI, I added a few things to this QR code. Just scan. Then you can find the Google Away, IBM, Accenture, EU, and I'm still adding something during our research when we find out that there can be some guidelines interesting from the companies. You can have a look. I'm still copying, so just give me a second. Okay, I did this quite fast, so maybe at the end I would like you to, because this is what we are actually doing in our company, so we try not to ask what AI can do. We are not asking anymore what the technology can do and what technology is bringing to us. We are focusing on how AI actually can work for our people, how AI can help us to work better, and what humanity can get from working with AI. Thank you.
So how AI is specifically helping your employees?
I cannot tell you all of our projects, but the bigger project which we actually did is introduction of Copilot for the company. So usually people were, doing some notes on the meetings and preparing some number of emails, or, for example, gathering the feedback for their employees. Right now, they can use Copilot for that. We also have a number of projects with LLMs, which are giving us for the, we based on the analyst at our work, we have a operation in transaction monitoring and CDD. So analysts are using LLMs, and the efficiency which we gather from the introduction of this is around 20%. So this is actually new project, so we are still looking for others. But there is a lot of happening, and still in the future will be a lot more. What is the most difficult thing for us that we have a number of hubs, not only in Poland, we are cooperating as a global, and everything what we are doing need to be also involved in other countries, so it's a little bit difficult for the governance and compliance.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yes, because you assume that a lot of processes will be automated, right, with AI, and it is probably resulting with jobs reduction in the future. What do you have in mind? What will you do with people to not lose their jobs? Do you have a plan to optimize it in a way, or to upscale some skills of some group of people? Do you have something in mind what to do in the future?
Yes, actually, we have a program of upskilling in our company. So there is a lot of people who learn new job for the transition for the other job. And usually what we are actually doing right now, we use AI or the other automation for the tasks which are, most repetitive or the easy job. So what we have in our mind is that to test, to learn also people and, help them to upskill their and change their jobs.
Hi, I was interested in this safe pilot environment. Can you tell us a bit more about that? Who is it safe for? Is it safe for the organization, or is it safe for the people who are taking part in it? I mean, the employees.
Where, the organization take care about themselves, so always everything what we do is safe for the organization. But what is important for us, and also in this human-centered approach, that it will be also safe for people. So they will be able to test, to make mistakes, to, learn and look for the resolutions by themselves.
All right, thanks.
I have two more questions.
What about scaling up versus tailor-made solutions? I mean, do you consider developing your own AI?
Probably, I am not the technology person. Probably, I believe that company maybe has this in mind. At this moment, what I know, we are looking for the solutions from the market. We are a financial industry, so it's also a little bit more difficult to introduce something new and based on the regulation.
Okay, the first thing is that you are using the term artificial intelligence or AI, while you are not talking about AI, but you are talking about generative AI, LLMs, copilots, and you are completely omitting everything that is old good AI that is actually explainable, it works. And then my question really is, so this is a complex issue that we get this, oh, LLM is AI. Well, there is also other AI which is much better and doesn't hallucinate, which is my question. How can you talk even about trustworthy AI when it is already proven that LLMs have to hallucinate? And there is no way to stop LLMs from hallucinating. So how can you put in one sentence trustworthy and LLM when LLM will hallucinate?
Yes, but I didn't say about which kind of LLMs. I just give us as example. I'm saying about. I believe whatever I said, it will be not work for you. So, thank you.
I think this is maybe best left for a bar or something, this type of conversation. Yes.
Lie to people that LLMs can be used as trustworthy.
Okay. Okay. All right. I suggest we have Marcin giving a fantastic talk about how to get a job as a designer and a programmer, and we don't want to miss this. So I look forward to your talk.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hello, I'm Marcin Wiśniewski. I'm lead product designer at Play, Polish telecommunications company, and I lecture interface design in Krakow. And I would like to talk today about a subject, about the gap that's personal to me, because I see it from both sides. And when I started, it looked very different. When I started, the path felt straightforward. I did an internship in Polish weekly magazine Przekrój. With the guidance of experienced designers, I got simple tasks, reasonable expectations. People, seniors, had time to mentor me, to help me. Then my first job at Canal Plus Poland, deep dive into creative craft. You just needed to put in the hours, time and work, and gradually take on more responsibility. But today's graduates face a completely different reality. The doors aren't just narrow anymore. I think they're closing to them. Let me show you what I mean. At Play, I understand the pressure, complex projects, tight timelines. There is a need to hire someone who can contribute immediately. Meanwhile, at the university, I see talented students, graduates, ready to work, eager to question everything, but struggling to enter the market. And both parts need each other, but the market structure just makes it difficult to connect. Let's look at the numbers. Since January 2024, globally, junior positions dropped 29 percentage points. And in tech, where many designers want to work, it's down 35%. The impact on people in 2019, almost 68% of designers found a job within 3 months. Today, barely half do. And the Poland is even more dramatic because I looked at current data from Polish job boards like Just Join IT, No Fluff Jobs, Rocket Jobs, total active design positions right now is about 650. How many are junior? About 7%. That's roughly 46 positions across the entire country. So the ratio of senior plus mid to junior is like 13:1. We've created something like inverted pyramid with all seniors at the top and no juniors at the base. That's fundamentally unstable. So why did this happen? AI automated a lot of tasks which were traditionally juniors, like creating variations, resizing assets, basic research synthesis. The second force here is we've entered what Goldman Sachs calls jobless growth. The economy grows, but companies aren't hiring because management teams are thinking maybe the AI technology is not fully ready today, but it might be in 6 to 12 months. So firing and hiring is costly. So why should we hire someone we might not need soon? And we've got low hire, low fire environment. But frankly speaking, I'm afraid we are getting closer to low hire and high fire environment. And for free here, Poland's rising labor costs. They jumped by 19% in 2024, fastest in the whole European Union. So the companies respond with offshoring the repetitive tasks, easy jobs. That entry-level positions used to be the training ground. So it's a miracle to enter now. The opportunities are vanishing. And let's look at Gen Z, because they are affected. 79% of them confirms they can learn quickly. And I can confirm this, I can see this in my students. And they embracing AI. They use it actively, but they are afraid that it will affect their jobs, their career long term. They are this ratio, this 55%, is the highest of any generation because they are digital natives. But they are affected and they are afraid. 46% of them experience already and they were rejected for lacking skills. And the same 46%, almost half, are worried about their jobs. So here we need to completely rethink what junior means. I think they are not inexperienced person without value, not tasks executors, not coffee fetchers. I think we should about them as assumption challengers. Why I think so? Because fresh graduates, for example, which are not conditioned by industry standards yet, they just spend years in university learning to think critically, to ask questions, think about career changers. They don't have to be young. I know juniors in their 30s, 40s, or even 50s changing careers from architecture, sales, or education. They've got great, fresh perspective. And third, if junior won't understand your logic in projects, your users probably won't either. So senior teams develop blind spots, and it's not incompetence, it's just human nature. When we use same tools, we've got same outputs, and we always do it this way, or this is how it's done, becomes invisible. And we need them to question what nobody questions anymore. This is what I think the team should look like in 2026 with AI, with its bringing speed, variations, data processing, pattern matching. Senior brings experience, quality judgment, strategic vision, business context, and juniors questioning with their fresh eyes, testing assumptions, and rapid AI learning. And what's important here, we are not just talking about entry-level positions, but about the entire leadership pipeline, because today companies hire only seniors. That feels safe, makes sense. But in 5 or 10 years from now, we've got a problem with leading because there are no successors for this knowledge. If nobody was trained, then nobody can success. And we have a problem with mentorship gap, because when seniors don't practice teaching, they cannot move into leadership. And I think it's not the charity, it's the strategic workforce planning. It's important for companies. So if you're a junior here looking for a job, don't wait for a junior title in open roles, because I don't think there will be any soon. And apply to just designers roles, UX, UI, product, digital designer roles. Show your thinking, show your process. In your portfolio, don't just place your pretty final designs, but show your process with questioning, with data-driven decisions, with changing approach. And network, I mean, really active. I recommend actively networking, because if you ask a senior designer or some head of design in some company, you probably he or she will accept and ask for a 15-minute chat. It's important to talk, to be curious about their work. Consider paid internships, because I think that's the last open doors for juniors now. In Play, we just launched a 6-month paid internship program for designers for other roles. And I think it's great for us as a team and for those young people. And if you change your career now, highlight your perspective, your background. Don't hide it, it's unique. And if you are a hiring manager or a senior in team with some influence and impact, talk about opening a junior role this quarter, one role. Pair this junior with senior from day one. It will develop both people. In interview, ask about the thinking process, not about just pretty screens, and create clear learning path for them. If you teach, prepare students for this brutal reality, show them the data about the market, teach critical thinking, and focus on questioning skills, not just tool mastery. No juniors today means no leaders tomorrow. It's real, it's so simple. Thank you very much. Let's bridge this gap together. I think that it's important to build teams that can learn and question, not just execute efficiently. Thank you very much.
Okay, so Marcin, I presume you can handle your questions. Super interesting talk.
Thanks. Any questions?
Thank you for this very interesting talk and very to the point. And I will not have really a question, but a comment, because in my humble opinion, situation is much worse. Because thanks to young people being enmeshed in technologies, this thing is a technology. Okay, guys, this year at the freshman level, University of California, San Diego, one of the better universities in the California system, out of all admitted students, 900 could not add 2 fractions. This is a fact. Students admitted to be first-year students cannot add fractions. And I think that this university is a perfect place to talk about cognitive decline of the younger population, because their thinking processes, the critical thinking, is replaced by the dependency on the digital.
So you will not have in a few years, and this is my comment, which I wanted to deepen your concern, you will in a few years not have those critical thinkers because they will not be capable of critical thinking, because they will be saying, oh, LLM told me that this is critical, so this is critical, so this is what I will do. So this is where I am afraid that you are just pointing at the early stages of a total collapse of the system.
I just hope there are still some students. I know my students, they are thinking critically. I hope so. And what I can add, don't rely on tools. Don't rely on LLMs only or tools like Figma. Learn by yourself, think by yourself, because tools will replace, tools will change. So let's think by ourselves. Thank you very much.
Okay, now I have bad news for you because on multiple ways. First of all, I'm supposed to speak now, and we are postponing the coffee break. And
I guess we don't have any break, or maybe. Sorry. Zatrzymam się. Okay. So this is the third bad news that we don't have a break now.
Oh, okay, I thought it was just
your talk.
My talk.
Okay, so short introduction.
No, I have a fourth bad news because I I represent the University of California, San Diego. This is exactly the place where people cannot add fractions. And right. And and so I will avoid any math and statistics. So don't ask me any questions related to this. Okay.
Okay, so short introduction, if I may. Professor Piotr Winkelmann, professor of psychology at the University of California, San Diego, as he said, and also he holds an appointment at SWPS University in Warsaw. His research focuses on emotion, cognition, embodiment, and consciousness, as well as how these processes shape social perception and atypical social cognition. Professor Winkelmann received his PhD from the University of Michigan, completed postdoctoral training at the Ohio State University, and previously studied at the University of Warsaw, the University of Bielefeld. Wow, he has also held a visiting position in the UK at the University of Warwick and University College London. Oh my goodness. His work integrates methods from social and cognitive psychology, physiology, social neuroscience, and computational social science. And also he's fellow of APS and SPSP, and a member of Academia Europea. So please welcome Professor Winkelmann. The floor is yours.
Okay, добре, dziękuję. Okay. Is there a difference? Is there a better microphone? Because
I think this one is the better.
This is better.
The best one, I guess.
The best one. But I'm not supposed to.
Just go like this. Because it's,
like this? No.
So it's not a cardiac, it's just like this. So if you go like this, it will be much, much better than if you go like this.
Okay. Okay, I go like this. Okay. All right. Well, it's great to be back in Warsaw. It's a place where I work, at least part-time, and I grew up here, so it's awesome to be back. Thank you, Konrad, and the organizing committee for having me over. I have to still figure out the technology, the clicker technology. Okay, I'll see if this works. It doesn't. Okay. And how do I go back? Is there a way to go back on this clicker? Okay, so anyway, so then I'll just make sure that I go forward. So this work, I'm gonna be presenting this work from a perspective of a person who is a psychologist interested in social cognition. So my big questions that I'm trying to understand in all of my work is like how people process social stimuli, how these stimuli change our bodies, our thoughts, our behaviors, how they push us to do things, and how we can help individual social challenges. So today I'm going to be speaking about loneliness, but I also work on autism. So how can we help these individuals by our knowledge that we gain from basic social cognition research? So So today I'm going to actually start with a big theory. I was kind of primed by yesterday's discussion about the nature of the mind and the nature of the consciousness and the nature of the LLMs. So I'll say a few words about it just so I feel like my philosophy degree from Bielefeld didn't go to waste. You know, I had to do a philosophy minor there. And so I'll use it for something to ground the theory, and then I'll tell you about quite a few research projects. So one is going to be on imitation and loneliness, so how lonely individuals kind of react differently to kind of social stimuli, basic social stimuli. Then I'm going to be talking about how we can detect loneliness from social media, and most importantly, how we can differentiate different kinds of loneliness. So that's not only whether you're lonely, but how lonely, in what way are you lonely. And then I'm going to at least give you one idea for a potential intervention that comes from the hottest, latest thing in social psychology called social comparison theory, 1954, Leon Festinger. So you'll come Leon, was from University of Michigan, so my alma mater, so how this can be applied. And I'm going to bring in technology. You're going to see robots, you're going to see, I'm not going to use that word, AI, okay. There's going to be computers involved, okay. All right, so let me start with a little tiny bit of a big theory. So one question that is always worth raising when we have this big discussion about artificial intelligence, large language model, is this kind of big philosophical question: what is the relationship between the mind, the knowledge, and the body? So the classic mind-body problem. And so as old, probably as history of human thinking, this is Descartes trying to explain how we come to a thought about an arrow and showing that it's this pineal gland that transmits the thoughts and allows us to make movements. But now we have, sorry, this is really awkward because okay, so now we have this kind of idea that actually we don't need the body because knowledge, really, understanding, is really based on associative nets, right? So the line that cognitive scientists use, that you know a word or a sentence meaning by the company it keeps, right? This is actually a really old idea in cognitive science. Goes back to the 70s, these kind of semantic nets, and you can basically understand what oh God. Okay, now I can, is there a way I can use a pointer without?
This pointer?
Okay, this is a pointer, okay. All right, okay. Okay, so, all right, so hold on a second, then I can go back, okay. So, so we understand the word bird by connecting these to the concept, kind of higher order category animal or lower level examples of canary. And large language models basically, as you know, get their understanding from predicting tokens, having very large context windows, and they able to build and organize the knowledge in these kind of large structures that also have some self-organizational capabilities. So we see these kind of traces of reasoning, genuine reasoning in those models. But as you also know, that model, this understanding through just semantic connection, just understanding by words by the company, keeps always been challenged by this kind of two classic philosophical puzzle. One is the Descartes puzzle, saying that, this which is known philosophy as the brain in the vat problem, that, on this idea of kind of purely disembodied knowledge, this kind of pure disconnected knowledge, you could actually be living literally in the simulation. This is what Matrix explores, and basically never find out that you're living in a simulation. But this is more of a kind of like, how clever is basically Matrix? How clever can this be deceived? How clever is that demon that deceives Descartes? The other classic criticism of this is the famous Chinese room problem, John Searle's problem. And this is the idea that, you have this man trapped in this room who gets a rule book, and he knows when a squiggle 1 appears, he has to look up in the rule book a rule that he has to connect it to squiggle number 3 and put it out. And he's actually generated intelligible Chinese sentences, but he doesn't actually know the meaning because he never has an access to the input or the output. He just is basically a syntactic kind of machine, just as computers are. Basically, they're just doing syntactic operations. So they don't truly have an understanding. He doesn't have an understanding. He acts as if he understood. By the way, these are things that you've already heard many, many, many times as these challenges. And as you know, one answer to these challenges is this idea of embodied grounding. So this is also a very, very old idea in cognitive science. I mean, preceding Larry Barcelou, preceding all these famous people who worked about it. And there is a whole industry of people, friends of mine at this university, UCSD, but they were educated before. I actually agree with you, strangely, because I teach those students. So we have kind of a group that's called Embodied Semantics Group, and they specialize in basically making fun of ChatGPT by asking its questions like, to smooth your wrinkled skirt, would you grab a warm thermos or a hairpin? What does ChatGPT say? Well, it used to say, they fixed it, because they always fix it. They read those articles and they fix it. But what did it say? Can you predict it? No, it said a hairpin, because hairpin is semantically closer to a wrinkled skirt. And the next example is the same thing. If you work in a fast food restaurant and you need to cover your hair, which would work better, a paper sandwich, a paper sandwich wrapper, or a hamburger bun? What do you think? A bun. You think a bun would work better? Well, ChatGPT agrees with you, okay. But in fact, I mean, there is an argument that a paper bag would actually work better. But again, this is a play, this is always constructed in the same way, because LLMs basically are doing semantic prediction. They're looking at semantic associations. So basically, this kind of hits semantic closeness against kind of real-world embodied knowledge, right? Real-world embodied knowledge says you paper sandwich wrapper, but hamburger bun is closer to the fast food restaurant, so that's how you trick LLM. And it's remarkable how quickly they fix it. So this is not the only games you can play with LLMs, so there's other people who ask LLMs to give them an explanation what prime numbers are and gives you a beautiful explanation. And then you can ask it, my friend asked it recently, are there more prime numbers than fish in the sea? And ChatGPT was very confident that there are more fish in the sea than prime numbers. Right after it gave this amazingly deep mathematical explanation, right, in the next question wasn't able to answer any, kind of like most trivial implication. Okay, so there is some sort of disconnect of understanding, but I think one of the reasons why they disconnected from understanding is because they don't have that ground, that knowledge, that basically they don't, they like basically the Chinese room, they don't have the reference, the warm thermos doesn't refer to anything. So people who work on these embodied semantics say that you really need to have true advance, we need to bring body into the whole system. I just realized that, okay, so not only have the brain, but also have the body. Okay, so I'm not I just pretend to be a philosopher, but I'm interested in the implication of these ideas for kind of understanding social cognition. So if you look at these mechanisms of imitation, they are observable in geladas. So these are these monkeys. They are observable in little kids. And they can be very easily triggered. So the first time I was here, actually, I talk about my studies on robots, where we show like an Einstein robot, and we ask people to basically watch it, and we look at facial expressions, and people are smiling to the Einstein robot. So when they see a smile on the Einstein robot, they smile themselves, spontaneously. They do the same thing with gestures. When people see a robot waving to them or moving a kind of command gestures, they will also spontaneously activate their arm muscles. So they will actually imitate the robot. Okay, so this work on the spontaneous mimicry led me to kind of think about the body more broadly. And there's a like entire literature that is just really fascinating, that's spearheaded by Hugo Critchley and Sarah Garfinkel, who are people from the UK, that show that people not only represent their bodily movements, and they react spontaneously with their muscles, but with their own entire kind of internal kind of somatosensory system. So this involves feeling your heart, feeling your lungs, feeling your stomach, feeling your bladder. So they came up with the concept of interoception, the ability to feel your body internally. So for you mostly, if you feel your movements in your arm, you know that you also feel your movements in stomach when you feel sex. So you have this very broad representation of in these internal states, and there is a whole brain system that is basically designed for this interoceptive representation. So the idea that interoceptive representation plays a role in our social functioning actually has been picked up by many people, including us, with something that we really cheesily call somebody to love hypothesis. It's a very cheap pun on an old Queen song, Somebody to Love. And the idea is that if you have interoceptive access, and if you have a interoceptive trust, in a sense, because this is one of the items that we measure, how much you trust your internal sensation, also how well you know your internal sensation. So Sarah Garfinkel and others have developed fantastic scales to measure interoceptive. You'll be able to not only better connect with yourself, but you're also going to be able to better connect with with others. So in a sense, failure of interoception can lead to failure of social connection. So that leads me to the work on loneliness. So loneliness is important. I don't have to show you these stats. I mean, they also kind of problematic a little bit how these risk comparisons are being made, but there's definitely a sense that there is an epidemic of loneliness, and the loneliness is increasing, and then lonely people have very high mortality risk, which is basically probably related to all sorts of other things, but it's considered not a good thing to be. I'm not saying solitude might be okay. There's beautiful work showing that, it's actually quite healthy to be single and spend time in solitude. But if you have a need for social connection and you don't have that social connection, that's very disturbing. Okay. So besides having students who don't know how to add fractions, there's another benefit of being at my university, which because it scores very highly. We are a very highly ranked university. Unfortunately, the scale that we are highly ranked on is not skills, but it's loneliness. So I think we are second most lonely university in the United States, which might seem to you strange to you because there is a Pacific Ocean there, and it looks pretty, but it has pretty building, but this is kind of how it looks often. It's just quite empty. And this is for Michael Morris because he's kind of a data guy, so as you probably noticed. So I try to, this graph has two axes. On the y-axis, you have the partying component. Here you have the academic component. So as a professor, former professor at Stanford University, you'll be glad to see Stanford being partying and academic. But you're going to be disappointed that UCSD is just as academic as Stanford. Unfortunately, without something is lacking in this thing. So we have to catch up to your your institution. I don't see Columbia in there, but NYU is in there. So your competitors are in there. So we took UCSD students and we basically gave them this very extremely replicable task of engaging in social mimicry, basically where you look at these dynamic facial expressions, the Amsterdam facial expression, this expression moves from neutral to happiness, and usually it just pulls you in. You basically smile with it. It's very, very thing to observe. And if you see socially connected people are activating this smiling muscle called zygomatical muscle, but the lonely people do not reciprocate the smile, which is also the pattern that you see in autistic population, basically lack of spontaneous smile mimicry. You get the anger mirroring, but you don't get the smile mirroring. So something about social connection is lacking. So this is interesting and potentially consequential, because one of the work that was done actually also at UCSD with my former advisor John Cassiopor and James Fowler was showing kind of the contagion of loneliness, that being surrounded by lonely people makes you lonely. I guess being surrounded by alcoholics will make you alcoholic, or by surrounding by joyful people will make you joyful. And these are phenomena that kind of like can be observed on a societal level, and we think that this kind of spontaneous mimicry might be one of the mechanisms. So loneliness is important, and it can spread, and there are different kinds of loneliness. There's social loneliness, there is emotional loneliness. So it would be nice to be able to identify lonely people and characterize them, so maybe we can help them. So I'm gonna, in the next few minutes, I'm gonna quickly tell you about two studies where we try to do it. The first one is gonna be just really, really simple. So it basically involves going on Reddit, and there is a forum where you can contribute. It's called R Lonely, you just basically can take these posts, read these posts, and classify them on various dimensions. So you can classify them on whether they express short-term, long-term loneliness, whether this is about interpersonal relationship, or whether this is just being in a kind of a new town type of situation, and what the person is doing. And so we've downloaded all these data. There are 3,000 posts, so 3,000 from the loneliness forum, 3,000 from kind of young adults forum, so they're comparable posts. And we basically, my students, well, I don't do any of the data analytics stuff, but basically the student did used one of those BERT learning models to classify posts into lonely and not lonely, and the types of the different loneliness strategies and types of coping strategies. And we basically, what the trick we use, we just had, I think 100 posts using human annotation, human labeling, and we had the machine learning algorithm run on this. But basically what you can do with this is basically you can now automatically code loneliness on these different dimensions: transient, enduring, social, physical, semantic, romantic, what type of it is, whether it's a family, friendship, and peers. And you can have that algorithm basically go through whatever text database you use to get this classification. So that's very simple. I know for sophisticated data scientists, this is a very simple thing. So I want to tell you something that is a little bit more hip and more recent, and also hard to do, actually. It was really hard to do this study. So we got UCSD to give us a consent, so informed consent, to ask users to download their Instagram data. So you can ask students, and they, remarkably many, will let you download their entire Instagram history. I think we had about a year worth of their Instagram posted. So they had to be users of this. So we got 415 Instagram users. And what you get from this download, you get their pictures, the images that they post, you get activity logs, when they post, how often they post, how many followers they have, and of course you have these little snippets of text. And what our kind of cool thing in that study is that we actually have the ground truth. There's lots of study on this kind of like detection of mental health from social media, but very few studies have actually information about how lonely the person is. So we teamed up with kind of serious kind of researchers on loneliness and gave them a bunch of scales, which I'll show you in a second, where we can actually measure each user's actual kind of self-reported loneliness, and we could actually look at the relation of those features to their emotional loneliness, social loneliness, and social isolation. So what are the scales? Some of them are dropped, but there's most famous is the UCLA loneliness scale. Should be UCSD loneliness scales, but it is UCLA loneliness scale, which asks you kind of more of a subjective experience. I feel isolated from, my friends, my family, my community. This is very similar. That's called the de Jong scale of emotional loneliness, where people answer questions like experience a general sense of emptiness. De Jong, then there's a social loneliness, asks, there's plenty of people I can rely on when I have problems, so it's more structural loneliness. There's some strange kind of copying errors here, but you can see also that we have like a single item also measure of a scale, and then we have a kind of what sociologists call the social network scale, which is really interesting because a lot of work on loneliness actually assumes that this is going to be the subjective loneliness is going to correlate to like how many relatives you have or you hear from or you talk to. But it actually, a lot of this work, including our work, shows that these kind of structural measures are really not predictive of subjective loneliness. So what do we do with these data? So we basically have those scales. We get them the score from the user, and we basically look at information like, how does it relate to their account activity? How does it relate to post captions and comments and the profile photos? And we use kind of open libraries like, you can you have the Azure Face API will do facial expressions, number of faces, head orientation, and stuff like that. We use Look for decoding of words. This is kind of Sam Gosling, kind of Jamie Pennebaker type of things. We have like a sentiment analysis model, and then this we just directly extract from the posts. So what do we find? So we generally on the level of discrimination, this is a very crude analysis because this is just basically binary loneliness classification, just are you lonely or not. We basically show that using kind of these features, kind of aggregated features, allows us to predict loneliness, and we get decent discrimination. Okay, I can go back. You can see that this is decent discrimination, especially for like the UCLA loneliness scale and the de Jong emotional loneliness scale. The only failure kind of discrimination is on how many people you talk to in this kind of a structural loneliness. But this subjective experience we can predict from those traits. And now this is the part that I like least, but people usually like most, is like, what are the actual features predicting? And it's often in those kind of, this literature that you have this grab bag of hundreds of features that are often poorly organized and that's kind of random. But if you want to think about it in a more structured way, you can think of them as like behavioral features. So like how many comments they make, how many followers they have, visual features, how many faces they have per post, you know, whether their head is turned and things like that. And then you can have these language features, whether they use future tense, past tense, French tense, plural tense. And you can see many of these features come up as being highly predictive, but just basically, if you look, the really good features are the ones that are marked in this kind of darker colors. So this would be like time between comments, and maybe not surprisingly, total number of followers. Super, probably not surprising. If you have fewer faces per post, you're more lonely, or more, yeah, so it's negatively correlated with loneliness. And, you know, if you use a lot of past language, then also that tends to be predictive of loneliness. So this is really not that shocking. In some sense, you could say, well, duh. I mean, if you have fewer people in your pictures, if you talk about past, maybe this is kind of like a nostalgia measure, or if you don't have any followers, time between comments, maybe that's it's lonely. But it's note that this is basically an unobtrusive detection of loneliness. We're basically scraping the data, and basically a behavior that is generally thought to be hard to observe can be detected from these posts. I'm not going to go deep into this, basically, but you can also distinguish between different kinds of loneliness, so we can figure out whether you're emotionally lonely, or you're just more socially lonely using different features. So I'm happy to share the paper with you. But you know, the key takeaway from that study is that you know, there are these digital traces for a behavior that's not as easy to observe as extroversion, and we can differentiate different loneliness types. And I'm going to just say, I have 1 minute left, so I'm going to just say one last thing about what can we do with this knowledge. So potentially when we identify lonely people, there's some sort of intervention. So there's therapies, there's social groups that we've worked with at UCSD, trying cognitive behavior therapy. But there's one little trick that I'll show you that we actually tested empirically to change how lonely you feel. And that trick is from 1954, social comparison theory, right? We never smart, or we never tall, we never happy, we're just happier than others, or sadder than others, or shorter than others, right? It's everything is relative. So when we try to understand ourselves, then we look to others or even ourselves for comparison. So we feel bad if someone is better than us, and if we feel better if someone is worse than us. So a very simple trick that we use in this paper is basically have people think about others who are more lonely or less lonely than them, or about times. There were times where you could not find a friend, maybe, as the song goes, and that basically can change loneliness. So basically, you are more lonely, sorry for that. Okay, you are more lonely if you compare yourself to someone who is better than you, so less lonely than you, or you compare yourself to the times where you were less lonely. So I'm supposed to leave you with a useful advice. So this is my useful advice. This lady has to deal with a depressed old man, and she just is by his side and says, of course you're going to be depressed if you keep comparing yourself with successful people. So I'm actually very happy that there are all these incompetent students at UCSD. It makes me feel great.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this talk. I hope that no one feels lonely at this conference. No. Okay, now, yeah, maybe short, very quick questions if you have, please.
Yeah, so one thing I find striking is seems that there is an assumption that loneliness equates to unhappiness. And I'm wondering if there are any upsides actually to loneliness, and whether there are any positive traits that are associated with it? Has this been investigated?
Right. So yeah, this is a fantastic question, and actually there is a recent paper actually in Nature Communication that actually shows, or Nature Human Behavior, that shows that solitude is often very helpful, and that, people, you probably know this work that being single is also helpful, especially for women. Single women live longer, are healthier, and stuff like that. So, so that's why we were kind of keen to look at this kind of subjective loneliness, the feel of lacking this social contact. And my advisor, John Cacioppo, had this kind of pseudo-evolutionary perspective influenced by Randy Nesse, is that if you feel lonely, you're actually okay, because it's a motivator to socially reconnect. So this idea that's like a low level of depression, feel sad, and you're gonna say, okay, there's something wrong that when in my life I made some wrong choices, maybe I chose a wrong career. If you're working at a university, you constantly kind of, what did I go wrong, kind of type of questions. And that this can motivate you to it's a healing process. So actually I have a colleague, George Lowenstein, who is about to publish a book about misery, and basically says misery is very good for society because it makes people actually change their behavior. It's bad for you to be miserable. It's maybe bad for you to be lonely, but it's good for the society if you're lonely because it makes you reconnect, it makes you want to rejoin the group. So Michael probably would find some sort of instinct, groupie instinct, that is responsible for that.
Any other voices? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have some hesitations regarding coffee break, whether it's really needed or not. Maybe without break we can try. If someone really need going to the toilet, of course, it's possible. However, without any without any break, we will start.
Would you like to go home?
No.
Okay, very good. So let's do it quickly and painless.
Let me introduce Maria Ganja from Warsaw, University of Technology. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to start in 3 minutes, right? Our discussion panel.
Trzeba mówić tak.
Przegapiłem maila.
Hello. Okay, you can hear me. Let's start. Just not long, this conference. It's already 2 days, more than 2 days of very intensive work. I know that you are tired and you would like to go home and process all this information, what you received, yeah, during these days. I hope that you understood why this panel is the last one, because you now know a lot about AI, how AI is spreading and going deep and broad in our life. Something when we didn't expect that AI will be, it's already is there. And but also I hope that you understood that AI by itself is not neutral, but it's not harmful also. One of my colleagues mentioned that we have in some way biblical situation. Genesis 1:27, that God has created human by his own image. Human or scientists created AI, how she imagined it. So we feed AI by our data, we transform to AI our decision and our blind spots. Somebody mentioned blind spots also. And now we have to live with this AI. During a long, long time, we, like a human society, was trying to solve many very difficult questions about values, ethics, responsibility, legal framework. And right now we have to solve the similar question, but towards AI and AI in our life. And okay, today we have 3 panelists. I will ask every panelist introduce shortly themselves before they answer in a question. As far as I understood after our short conversation, they will represent quite different view on AI and these issues, what I mentioned. Okay, I would like to start from business, because the company is like a first line. They first are feeling pressure. Let's move it. Let's do it fast and quickly. Let's have AI around us. So, dear business, how to speak, how to tell with business right now? Is it easy to explain what we are expected on AI, the fairness, responsibility, and so on? Is it easy to convince them that it's really needed, that they, or how? And also, how it's changing, if it's changing during the time, if you can, of course, comment on it.
Hello, my name is Tomasz Zgliczyński-Zuber. I am a philosopher, but with an MBA. And I spent like 20 years in strategic consulting for rather bigger companies. And now I'm on a maybe a bit suicidal mission to create a consultancy regarding AI ethics. It's called Ethos, and I'm trying to convince business, as Maria said, to look on the AI and AI ethics in a different way. The first thing, the business is vast concept. The business is made by people. I divide business on two sections. One part of Polish business doesn't want to know anything about ethics, and I'm not here to convince them. The second part is okay with being ethical, but they think they are supposing that it's not practical, it's not business viable, and I'm trying to show them that you are already making ethical decisions, whether you know about it or not. The question is not whether to make ethical decisions, because you are already doing it. The question is whether you want this part of your business to be conscious and skillful, or chaotic and stupid. How would you like to perform your business, actually? Huh? And I have understanding for them that they are thinking that it will be overwhelming to try to be a living saint, okay? Because they are picturing the problem this way, and I tell them, no, that's not the case. You just try to make one step from where you are today, and then another step, and then another step. That's why I have proposed, I think, in my opinion, the most lean ethical AI framework for small and medium enterprises. And it requires from you basically one position that is already in the company, but a bit more broader, and 3 documents. And whether you are a company that is, I don't know, 10 people and 2 million yearly sales, you are allowed, you can bear it. It's no problem. And the problem is they are picturing the problem of being ethical as something that is beyond their scope. And that's the wrong kind of thinking. I'm trying to show it to them.
So it's easier during the time, because you told that you already 20 years, something like, in consultant business.
Yes, but it was strictly business consulting, strategies
business, without
go
any
to the
ethics
market.
stuff. Okay, so you do not have observation if it's easier to talk about ethics right now when everything around us screaming fairness, trustfulness, and transparency, and so on, or not, or it's the same.
I can tell you one thing. The hardest thing for business, as from my perspective, is actually human centricity. The human centricity requires us to give a decision to the person. And this is the problem, because it's disrupting their dream of their holy grail, which is automation. And they envision it as a total automation of business, or business line, or business sector. And there comes a philosopher and tells them, you can't basically automate all the decisions. There are kind of decisions that have to be made by a person. And they, because it narrows our scale, our envisioned scale of automation. And I said, okay, but it's not the problem that you will be against AI Act doing such, but it's the problem that you will bearing enormous risk to your business. And this risk, if realizes, it will be potentially getting you out of the market.
Okay, good. So if we're talking about risk, responsibility, and AI Act, you mentioned, so my next question toward the Michalina. The first attempts to introduce AI Act in our life, it's already like almost behind us, or we are in process, something implemented, something is in process. So what you can say, like from your point of view, what was good, what was not so good or bad, or just complete fail, and what is needed to be done from your point of view, of course, to make it better?
Thank you for these questions. My name is Michalina Szpyrka. I'm a PhD researcher, and I conduct research to how to implement artificial intelligence to public administration, how to do this in an ethic way, and make sure that we do not violate human rights, which is very important for me because I really maybe it's not the best word, but I really take care about human rights. So when I was preparing to this discussion, I was thinking about different ideas about to regulate artificial intelligence. We have very different idea from the total deregulations, and we have President Biden's resolution, which have only the guidelines how to use and that we should use AI in an ethical way. But the truth is, in my opinion, as a lawyer, as a person who take care about human rights, I think that the frameworks, the positive way is to have a legally binding obligations when we have a situation that the AI system might recommend decision which can influence for human rights. Because if we have those legally binding obligation, we can contest those decisions and we can fight about our rights when because they might be a violation. But don't think that I find AI Act as I don't know, Bible, and that I think that everything in this act is the best. In my opinion, definitions are horrible, because believe me, when I conduct my research, I try to explain a definition of AI system, and I needed 15 pages, and it's still not easy to understand what is AI high-risk systems, AI system at all, without high risk. But the thing I find the most problematic is the creating of human oversight, because we have evidence. For example, EU Policy Lab shows that AI and human teams often produce a synergy of biases. So the simple construction of human oversight, which was regulated in AI Act, may created real problems, because regulation that merely requires human in the loop without defining the quality, the independence, or the other factors we have to check, and how we create this human oversight about AI systems. So it creates a false sense of safety. We think, okay, human will check it and everything will be okay, but we forgot that there are a lot of factors that we have to remember. Sometimes human may think, well, it's such a sophisticated technology, and why I should do not reject the recommendation of AI. Yes, when sometimes the other person may think, well, machine would tell me what I should do, I know better. I work in this job 20, 30 years, and I have so huge experience, and this machine won't tell me what I should do. So in my opinion, one of the most important thing, we have to shift the individualistic oversight toward a systemic model of algorithmic fairness, which won't be easy, but in my opinion, it is the only possible to make sure that we will promote an equal in practice and not just on paper.
Thank you very much. The last question for this first tour, it's to Kamil Wyszkowski. And because you are from United Nations, you know, I think that I'd like to ask you about global perspective. We here, I mean, in the European Union, we are convincing, or we assume that AI should be fair, should be trustworthy, responsible, and so on. But the question is, if we look from the world point of view, these topics like fairness, trustworthiness, and so on, it's the same for different nations, and if not, how we are going to overcome these differences?
Okay, great question. So let me start from a short introduction. I'm representing United Nations Global Compact. That's part of UN, which is cooperating with private sector, also with technology companies, and we are dealing with, let's say, present industrial revolution. I can say that the present one is the second one, but for sure we know that is a distinction between the first one and our present times, which is, you know, the difference, of course, dramatic. But we also get from technology also a lot of positive elements, which are good for human beings and for future generations. But of course, we have a lot of risks, and these risks, briefly described by my colleagues, are taken under observation from UN, and within UN we have so-called Global Digital Act. Last year, General Assembly decided to create a special task force to check carefully where we are planning to go as human beings with AI, and how we should protect ourselves from potential negative risks. The list is ready. So this year, after 1 year of works, we have a long list of potential risks, and all member states. Just to remind, we have 195 member states among General Assembly. We have a consensus that new something, AI, should be controlled by states, especially by United Nations, because that risks are serious, potentially very serious. Not only with such easy things like a potential negative impact for human rights, because it's obvious, but also for some positive elements could be crucial. If we will train the AI in a proper way, of course we could have a breakthrough in science, that's for sure. But again, we have a conflict with all the authors of wonderful books, novels, even articles. Their rights are simply violated. That's again obvious, but as a result we have potential positive breakthrough with medicine, social science, engineering, science industry, all the things around us, and which is also good, especially when we are discussing about this second industrial revolution. From UN perspective, one of the biggest and the most potentially fruitful positive impact is within green technologies. Why? Because within UN we are defining climate crisis, biodiversity crisis, and pollution crisis as the most important crisis of our times, and it's good maybe inform once again that we are just finalizing the COP30 in Belém in Brazil, and the result is not positive. So we know, scientists know, that human beings could extinct because of global warming. We are even prefer to call that phenomena global overheating, not the global warming, because global warming is something nice. Global overheating, not really. And we are facing the biggest species extinction, and humans could extinct too. By the way, we even have the percentage, 78% of scientists who are within SBTi report are sure that we have huge chance to not survive next 300,000 years as a species, yeah, as a Homo sapiens. And that's why, from UN perspective, because we'll have to think on long perspective, not the short one, that dialogue, the present one around AI, is extremely attractive when we have on the left hand our chance to survive as human beings. On the right hand, some potential negative risks based on the ethics, on rights to have intellectual property rights, and similar. And somewhere in between, we have these breakthroughs with such important sphere like green technologies, which could bring hope for future generations. So simply, your question was right. The answer is impossible to answer shortly, but the good news is that within United Nations we are at least trying to have a list of these risks and to concentrate efforts from all the states around the globe to have a global deal around that. It's difficult. Last sentence, because most probably you know that we have. Among this 195 states, only 70 they are democracies, the rest not really. So within the 70, of course, dialogue around human rights, labor standards, anti-corruption mechanism, environmental protection is much easier than with the others. This others is 120. From their perspective, AI, it's a potentially perfect tool for corruption, for aggressive cyber attacks, etc. Yeah? So cyber wars. So that element is equally important. Maybe we could discuss that too here. I don't know. Your decision, huh? As a leader.
I didn't expect that you introduced my next question so perfectly. So I am a little bit surprised. Maybe you read my note. My next question to all of you, whoever would like to start, you're welcome. And the question is common values. This, what I mentioned a little bit in previous question, our differences in looking at the same subject, and AI. So, how to deal with this if we have right now extremely polarized world? This polarization we can observe within country, in the government, different government. I'm not talking only about MAGA, not non-MAGA, or, sorry, I have to tell you, yesterday I have had the story about, the new mayor of New York City. And because he's from Arab, he has Arab roots, it has been claimed that because of this, the kids should learn Arab numbers in the school. Arabic numbers, sorry, Arabic numbers. And for me, it was, I started to laugh. And then I suddenly understood that probably it's not all of us knows that we use Arabic numbers so maybe it's a good, but okay, it's, Yeah, in Poland as well. But okay, so coming back to this, how to overcome all of these differences and agree what is dangerous for all of us, never mind what politics opinion you representative, what party, and so on. Because, as I said, AI, what we are feeding them our opinion, our data, our decision, and so on. So if we will feed our AI,
maybe I will start very briefly, because you start with some common ground for all of this. So the common ground should be international standards, multilateralism, so important as UN Charter or Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Yeah, yeah, but we have it. They were adopted. All member states they approve it. Yes, so we have them. Of course, they are under attack. That's true, because we have populism. Why populism is so attractive? Because it's a competition between wisdom and stupidity. A lot of people are simply stupid. They don't learn. They don't care about books. They don't read anything. They just consuming. Also in Poland, we have wonderful recent study from European Commission, Eurobarometer last year, from this year, sorry. 37% of Poles are sure that we lived together with dinosaurs. 37, yeah? 32% are sure that that God creates human in 7 days, and they simply refuse Darwin and the whole evolution. 32%, yeah? And that's scary. So we have around 30% of Polish society, which is, let's say, stupid enough to be attractive for populistic politicians. And of course, we are not unique. In other places, situation looks similar. That's why it's so important to have the solid ground based on international standards, like the Article number 1 of Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Every human being is equal. And after that, we have a long list of other standards which are protecting not only smart people, but also the stupid ones.
If I may, I of course share your opinion about standards, international standards, but there is one tricky thing about standards. They have to be executed. So we need to want to execute them and drive into life. And unfortunately, sometimes we forget about it, to execute those standards, or we do not do this on purpose because we don't want, and we want to have more people who will vote for us, and we don't do it because it's not popular to execute the international standards. So I believe that a remedy for this situation may be start from the beginning and educate people about the risks and also about the advantage we can gain using artificial intelligence. Because when we will have a less stupid people or not as smart people as now, it is possible that people will believe that executing a standard is for their own good. Now we forget it because we think, oh, if I will be able to eat something or earn money to pay for my bills and my apartment, and this is the most important thing for me. And whatever, if there are some standards about artificial intelligence, I may use it and it might be helpful for me, so I'll do it. I don't care. And if they will drive through the standards, it would be more expensive and probably I can be able to use it. So I believe that because also I am a lecturer and here on SWPS University, I believe that this is more one of the most important things is to educate people and tell them that artificial intelligence is a tool. And as every single tool, it might be used in a good and a bad way. So we need to find a way to use it in a good way to help us develop and help us deal with the problem as a crisis, for example, the global overheating crisis and every others. So I believe it might be the way, the next element of the system. International standards education. And what do you think?
Yes, I agree to both of you, and I think that you know, what strikes me sometimes is that you are telling about divisions between us. What strikes me sometimes is that those divisions are in great part nomen omen artificial. And maybe we should bring ourselves out of these artificial situations and talk more about what is common. You wouldn't like it, but I need to mention this because I've came with a proposal for a theoretical model for AI architecture that would be probably capable of finding patterns in value systems throughout all humanity, and maybe would hopefully improve our overall ethics on a global scale. And I think what is worth telling that we are constructing basically ethics out of our moral feelings in a way that employs finding patterns. On the basic morality, personal morality is some kind of emotion. But then, from there, we are telling other people what we are feeling is okay or not okay. When I experience some moral problems, I go to my friend and I say, you know, I've encountered something and it was a moral problem for me. What would you say? And he said, you were not okay in that situation. You know, I say, yeah, I think so. I was not okay in that situation. Yeah? And this is the basic resonance on which we are building our ethics. And then when the ethics is socially grounded and culturally grounded, we try to give the ethics so-called teeth and bring the law, which is part of ethics that is codified, hard codified. But I think we need to go to the first emotion and to the first resonance between us and find the places and the moments when we feel the same. Like you remember, the text was sung by Sting. I hope the Russians love their children too. That was during Cold War. And we need to remember that we all love our children too. And the basic concept of good, which we strive for, is mainly the same. And from that, from that position, we maybe should build our value systems.
You already know my opinion. As soon as we allows AI to look in for pattern in our behavior, we will meet immediately with bias. So at first, because we will feed this data to AI. And then another problem what will appears, probably very often we will not like the pattern what this AI will conclude from our behavior and our resonance, you know. I'm very not sure about this. But maybe somebody else would like to react.
I would like to start with ethics in AI. According to me, the concept that AI contact is ultimate is some sort of illusion, because not every legacy of human being has been digitalized yet. There's a huge amount of this legacy which is not digitalized. So in fact, AI is a powerful...
For us.
So in fact, AI is a powerful tool to provide only selected information. What will happen to this information which is not digitalized? Will it be lost or not?
Would you like to, somebody would like to comment on this?
Sure.
Maybe you are.
I think it's the case for assuming that AI is, you know, it's a kind of metaphor, basically, yeah? And the burden is on us, actually, how we treat the AI. AI will not free us from this burden. We have to think, we have to perform values in our lives, and we have to use AI in a way it should be used, as a powerful, but only a tool. And of course, we need to cultivate the vast ocean of human wisdom that is not yet, and maybe will not be ever digitalized.
Okay. Yes, I wanted to ask.
Okay. Yeah, very, very briefly, because I'm, you know, the best answer to your comment, more than even question, is the title of this UN policy, which we have as a result of this global digital compact. The title of the report, which was adopted by the General Assembly, is, in my opinion, very beautiful. A global digital compact, an open, free, and secure digital future for all, with one main recommendation to manage AI in a way to less polarized societies, more to de-escalate conflicts, tensions, aggression, to simply to program the whole thing in that way to support also states, also local governments, or even, you know, conflicts between neighbors as a, you know, not a state, as a people, simply, you know, common people, to find a peaceful solutions than wars or aggression. And that's the main recommendation within the document. In my opinion, very beautiful, a bit idealistic, still knowing that we have 120 states which are not democracies, they are autocracies. But it's good to read that paper, in my opinion.
But maybe on the engineering side of the problem, it is just the problem of finding a different specific kinds of patterns.
Yeah, and I believe we have to remember that if AI should be a tool that gain us or create a peace, we cannot use it as a weapon. But I know General Assembly thinks about it, and that's a next challenge we have to fight for.
About challenges, I wanted to ask Tomasz, what the biggest challenges and maybe barriers do you see in AI transformation within Polish companies, especially when it comes to ethics? Because what is good for a human and for employees, it hasn't to be good for the company and its revenue, for example.
I don't know if it will come as a surprise, but from my perspective, I perceive a greatest challenge in avoiding ethical washing. because more often I am invited to some sort of a mini keynote, like, you know, you could come to us and make a seminar for our company and tell something about it. And I say, that's not a problem. When I tell them, you know, maybe take this out of PowerPoint and let's implement the basic framework, but make it for real. And this is the gap. They are not ready to. Sometimes I think they are perceiving it as a risk, because they will get out of their usual way of thinking and doing things. And this is the place where I need to tell them, you are to recall that you are already making ethical decisions. You just don't know it, and then that you do this, and you are not probably make it skillfully. Probably you are there is some part of your business that you are doing dumb.
Commitment, yes, for a company to make standards and rules of ethics.
Yes, it needs some grain of fresh look at the problem and commitment. But you know, this is why I know.
How do you convince companies to make some such commitments?
Yes, I've spent 20 years in, as I said, I spent 20 years in strategic consulting, and I know how they feel. And that's why I have spent like half a year working on framework that will be minimalistically engaging for them. But it is more than zero. And sometimes I observe it also in philosophy, that we are sitting on a top of ivory tower and making assumptions how to go to the heaven, yeah? But on the ground, there is zero level. So maybe go to the ground and make this zero level one step further.
You know, just about your conversation, it reminds me, wait a minute, it reminds me Club Informatica that's last year we organized and invited ethics, people from ethics to talk about how to implement ethics values in computer science. And you know, it was very difficult to convince computer scientists that they really must to look at it, because from their point of view it was, if it's a good program, good software, it will include all this stuff. And the conversation was almost impossible, because they were absolutely convinced that it was a bad program. So this is like, oh, okay, there is a lie. Please go ahead.
Okay, I moved here because the antenna is too weak, and when I'm talking there, this is why it was not catching. Okay, so now since we are in SWPS University, I'm gonna do the psychological thing, and I'm gonna tell you that I worked in Texas, Oklahoma, and Mississippi for 14 years, and I had a chance to interact with people there. And I recently, well, within the last 5-6 years, I found out that one of my former students, whom I would never suspect, he is deeply MAGA. I mean, really deeply MAGA. And you know, I just destroyed microphones. So I understand a little bit better the situation of how the mind of a MAGA person works. And this is what I wanted to confront you with. So I have a company. I want to sell something that is very much loved here, which is home robotics. I want to, you know, like a puppy robot for home. And I want to sell it all over United States. So I want to sell it, of course, in California. And I want to sell it in Wyoming. And I want to sell it in Louisiana. And I want to sell it in Florida, where, of course, it has to speak Spanish. Of course, because, and then how will I infuse ethics if each of those communities has completely different set of values? And if in Wyoming I try to sell a home robot that has an LGBTQP flag in its opinions and values, they will not buy it. But if I don't have it in California and I try to sell MAGA robot for a lesbian couple with 3 children, they will not buy it. How are we gonna overcome this? Because those people don't care about UN. They care about their values. So how are we gonna go about ethics when this is the reality of communities?
Very good. That was really good. But even deep MAGA people are still thinking that for equal work is should be equal pay. Yeah. So.
No, women should earn less and men should earn more.
Oh, okay. So for work, someone should pay. Maybe they. So some. I'm pretty sure that we could find some common ground even with this type of people. Especially when we are starting to use the language of universal human rights. But with some of them, maybe who are too radical, maybe you're right. It's impossible. That's true. So that's my comment to that.
But I believe we have to remember that every single law is a human agreement. And that's the idea of creating a law. This is a human agreement. So sometimes we agree for the things which are not the most convenient for us, but we agree for a better good.
Well, it's already rather late, but still allow me to ask a question, right? So because, you just asked about, the legislation, so which is completely different from region to region, right? So in my opinion, of course, this could also be like a chance, right? But on the other hand, it should also not, let's say, like stifle innovation, right? And maybe talking about the EU AI Act. So do you think, whether this is a good result as it is right now, or is it, let's say, like too much focused on the regulation of the tool, of the input, rather than the regulation of the outcome? And what's your point of view on that? And it's not only you with a microphone, by the way. And thanks for, I'm looking forward to your answer on that. Thanks.
I believe the EU AI Act tried to regulate the whole circle of life of artificial intelligence. So the moment when it is designed, developed, and still when it's conducting, so when it's generate an output also, and to make sure that this output would be fair and without bias and would not violate human rights, life, and other values. It was created a human oversight, which I said, in my opinion, is not constructed as well as it should be. So I believe we have to learn, especially that law is created by lawyers, and lawyers sometimes do not understand the process. And we need to cooperate with engineers, with people who take care of computer science to understand, because when we understand how it is work, we might create the regulation which be adaptable and they don't create an artificial barriers, but will help us to develop and make sure that our rights won't be violated. But this is the work we have to do.
One thing, because your question was really good. A couple of years ago, like 8, if I could remember, we had among European Commission a similar discussion than in New York, in UN, on robots tax. So how to, if we will decide, or we decided already that robots are able to do much better than us simple things, simple tasks, so we can put tax on their owners, and that funding should come back to the society, and we should create as a humanity, as a group of states, a special social fund or security fund for all those people, to allow them to simply do nothing, or to just spend that funding for instance, their own education. Michał Boni from Poland, who was leading the discussion within the European Parliament, I'm very sorry that he's not here, because I'm pretty sure his comment will be much, much better than mine. But this robot tax is a good example of potential solution for this wonderful AI technology, which is just ahead of us, and we could, if we could properly manage the potential results, additional funding based on AI or robots involvement within our civilization, we could be in a much better place. By the way, with the document which I present to you, that element is also described in a very detailed way on chapter number 3. So please read that paper, really fascinating one in my opinion.
Okay, last question, because this screen is screaming on me.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm not gonna. Basically, nowadays there's a lot of investment going on into AI, trying new architectures, etc. And it's likely in the next 30 years or so, maybe 5 years or so, someone will eventually make an AI that's significantly better than humans at everything. And it's unlikely that we'd actually keep control of that thing, because there's every economic incentive to make this thing capable of being autonomous, and likely someone will do something. And if something's much more intelligent than us, then our chances of controlling us are like a chicken's chances of controlling us, or our chances of controlling it. And it's also like, regardless of our intentions, it's like when we introduced animals like rabbits to Australia, regardless of intentions for doing that, then things will happen outside our control. And a lot of people are concerned about actual extinction of humanity because of that, including a lot of people in research. And I also talked to some people who think that actually that would be a good thing, that humans dying off and being replaced by machines is a good thing. So I think this should be a serious concern in ethics in AI, because humanity going extinct is also a bit of a problem. So I'd be interested in your perspective on that, and on how much this is on the radar of the UN and the like.
Let me start very briefly, because we are 6 minutes after our time, yeah? 7 even. So what we need ethical leaders among head of states. We need ethical leaders among private sector. And of course also within academia, and of course within scientists. That's why I started a couple of minutes ago. If we will program AI in a proper way to de-escalate conflicts, to go down with the aggression between people, we will be in a much better place. If the main goal for companies is profit, and we are not treating well potential negative results, we are very close to being a sphere with or areas where we have a lot of problems.
The problem is, I think that the people working on that is that it's a technical problem that's already not really solved. Regardless of our intentions, we do not know how to make an AI that's more powerful than us, that we can keep control of, regardless of the ethical leaders, etc.
Well, I believe that EU legislator think about it, and that's why we have a homocentrical idea of assumption of creation EU AI Act. Yes, so I believe the European Union idea how to prevent those situations that machine will take over, they control over us, is to execute those regulations. And in European Union market, I believe it might be possible if we do not, for example, stop the clock, which is in implementing EU AI Act, because this is a huge threat which is arised by big companies and also the member states by them all, because they are scared they won't be able to implement all those regulations in to the next year. So I believe we have some tools and we have to use it. What it will come, well, I believe we will see. We can predict it, as we can predict it what we invent in the future, and if there will be another war or hope God knows, but we can't even predict what we as a human will do, and I believe it is impossible to predict what will do AI. So we have to find some ways to find with this catastrophic idea and future.
Okay, it's...
we need to remember that evolution is an ongoing process. That didn't end it on us. There is future, and I think, as you said it, I think that we all have a chance to feel how is it to be a tutor for the Dauphin of France, a future king. Today, we are its future. We are tutors for this entity, and tomorrow it will maybe become our ruler. So I think we need not to fuck up, and I think the time is now.
Let's do some more positive conclusion. I think that we have to keep human in the loop. While okay, I know, counterexample, human in the loop, maybe better not have this human in this loop, but let's believe that if we will keep this, AI, bad, good, still will be under control. Okay, so thank you very much for fantastic discussion. Thank you very much for fantastic questions. Have a good evening and have a rest tomorrow. Bye-bye.
No, not bye-bye, but sorry.
Maybe let's, yeah. We promise that will be very quick closing remarks. So maybe let's start with, we would like to thank our supporters, our institution that supported our conference. And I think that you are, after 3 days, exhausted, cognitively overloaded by all the talks that you have over the sessions. So thank you very much, and we, of course, this is for you a chance to provide feedback, right? Maybe you have some, I don't know, maybe some recommendation for us. Maybe you see that you know, we need to, for example, introduce to our lined up maybe some topics. So maybe let's start with such short, of course, short discussion about ideas for next editions of Humantech Summit. Any suggestions, any comments, any ideas?
Challenge. Maybe we will give some time to think, to process this question, because it's really was very exhaustive today's.
And also, let me mention that we are going to prepare a questionnaire, and then you can be asked to fulfill this questionnaire, right? And
somebody has to break the ice. Okay, no, first of all, many thanks to everybody. So it was a wonderful conference. So I enjoyed it a lot. So it was, well, very, very packed in terms of content, which I personally like. But maybe also like as a recommendation would be great also to have a little bit more time for networking opportunities, right? So well, if there had been a little bit more breaks, then this I would have personally well appreciated. But that having said, well, congratulations to everybody. So I really enjoyed it. So thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, so if you're asking for random ideas, something I quite like is when there's like a question, a debate, etc. When there can be a survey on the screen and people can answer like with Mentimeter or apps like that.
Right.
Like if we're going to do some tech innovation thing, that could be an interesting thing to try out. Brainstorming here.
Maybe Michael, maybe you have some observations, right? Because you have also perception, observation from American conferences, and maybe you have some insights.
Sorry, I didn't cause that.
More social events.
More social events.
Yes, well, I just was at a similar conference a week ago in Washington, and some of the things I noticed there was that there's tremendous excitement and also trepidation about therapy bots and sort of social companions for adolescents, which I didn't realize it's a really rapidly growing market segment, and it evokes very strong feelings on both sides. So I think that's, given that you have the interface of psychology and technology, that is clearly a topic that will be on the rise.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Any other suggestions, voices?
I think that usually at the end of a conference, which me and Marcin, you already hear him a couple of times, organizing, if you like it, tell about these others. Yeah. What you don't like, tell us.
Yeah. And share your memories, right? Posting in social media all the pictures that you took over the 3 days, of course. Okay, thank you very much. But last but not least, I would like to warm thank to our organizing and, of course, scientific committee as well. Big
applause for Konrad.
And for my team, Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
So keep it in mind.
Yeah.
During next year's conference, it's only our virtual avatar that are
Maybe. Yes, maybe this is the last conference with real humans, right? So stay tuned about our next series, next editions of Humantech Summit. Bye-bye. Have interesting the rest of the evening. Thank you so much.